Let me take you to your grace, your holiness, and your eminence. I will be facilitating part of today's program, but the opportunity for now is as I welcome you and formally open to outline the program. But once again, as we start, note that this Just Transition Faith Leaders Dialogue would incorporate the discussions about future energy planning, the issue of the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan, as well as broader collaboration between the Presidential Climate Commission and the various organizing partners of the faith communities in taking forward the country's climate response and action forward. I once again want to apologize to those that are not able to join us due to some logistical glitches, but also to just some tight resources. But we are happy that mostly will be joining online with full speaking rights and will participate during the Q&A. And with those words, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you. I would acknowledge the presence of members of the PCC Secretariat which are here today, the various reverends, bishops, those young people and members of the youth desks and women's desks of our various churches and faiths, the commissioners of the PCC, Commissioner Mbodi is here with us physically, and the other commissioners, Makoma Lekalakala, Melissa Fori, and very people who have committed to this program and are online. We've also noted minor changes to the program. I'll quickly take you through that after we've gone through the interfaith prayer and meditation, because I don't think that I've got the strength and the power to even start before we've done that interfaith meditation and prayer. It's a nagoiki alamohela ngibingelele ngamkele lapho okukhethweni bonu bonke ngitsola ka ke nna blessing manale ke tlo tsamaisa mosebetsi wa ka jeno for ora e kalang ka mora ha mo ke tlamela mme simpueng gwenya o tla tsamaisa karolo ya rena ya bobedi the second maloko a mekgatlo e fapaneng South African Council of Churches. Then they'll coordinate the second part of the dialogue, which will be the Q&A, as well as getting the major messages from the faith communities as to how we want to respond to the challenges we face today. Can I, without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, welcome you and call upon Ms. Hailey Funda to come and from the Baha'i faith to come and lead us in an interfaith meditation and prayer. Ms. Hailey, you're welcome. Thank you very much. I'm the first speaker. We can clap hands for me. Or at least for Hailey as she approaches podium. Hailey.
Good morning, dear friends. So I'm going to share Baha'i prayer, but it's a very universal prayer. So it doesn't matter what religion you are. I think we are all here as people of faith. We are all here because we believe in a creator that we want to help us, right? In this process. So this is a prayer for unity. Oh God, unite the hearts of thy servants and reveal to them thy great purpose. May they follow thy commandments and abide in thy law. Help them, O God, in their endeavor, and grant them strength to serve thee. O God, leave them not to themselves, but guide their steps by the light of thy knowledge, and cheer their hearts by thy love. Verily, thou art their helper and their Lord. Mungu, Mungu wangu, mpendwa, mpendwa wangu, na haja ya moyo wangu, na haja ya moyo wangu, nkulu, nkulu wami, Sithandwa, sithandwa sami, sifiso senhliziyo yami, sifiso senhliziyo yami. O God, my beloved, my heart's desire. Yabonga.
Thank you very much. May we then, in the same vein, take Bishop Rakuba from the South African Council of Churches on behalf of the organizing partners of the SACC, representing the province of Gauteng, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and the Northwest. Bishop Rakuba.
Thank you. Good morning. Can we bow for about 1 minute, and then I'll continue the prayer after that. Lord, we thank you this morning as we gather in this meeting to try to look at the situation that we are faced in this country, the problem of energy. Lord, this has caused a lot of confusion in us. Things have not been like this before. And guide this meeting that whatever we can come together and suggest a solution, be to help all the citizens of this country. Bless this meeting, the discussions and debates, that all of them be to glorify your name. Amen. Thank you.
Sibonge kakhulu re a leboga Bishop Rakube. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have got our paths open and our course set with those two benedictions from Haley and Bishop Rakube. As we settle down, the technical crew, we've got a small complaint from those that are online. They're saying that the sound is not clear, but it is clear now. I've just got a thumbs up. It is well. Maybe I was not speaking too much into the microphone myself, but and I thought you just have told them that no, we're having a moment of silence. There is nothing wrong with the sound. Out now, let us go through the program before I call on the executive director. Our program is as follows. We would have an overview of the dialogue to just give us what we intend to achieve broadly. Would obviously have the sense of the detail of the specific topics when we go to the discussion. So Dr. Crispy and Olvaus, the executive director of the PCC, would just give us an overview of why we're having the dialogue and the other series. Then we'd have PCC commissioner and Tatembula Mbodi. He's a labor commissioner, but he's also of a very strong faith. He's also a partner who would give us the opening remarks on behalf of the PCC commissioners. We've got an online message that would come in just after Mbodi, which will be from Rachel Marsh from the South African Council of Churches on behalf of the presidency of the SACC. And then after that, we would then go into, we're proposing a working tea, if colleagues can live with that, because we are worried that if we take a hard stop for tea, then you've got the online participants not feeling part of the meeting. So we'd like to suggest that each time you want to go to relieve yourself or pour in water or a cup of coffee, just walk in there. We may have to take a short leg stretch, but we don't have a longer tea break. And we're not because we're not chasing any time. It's just because we want to manage the online participants as well, so that we don't lose their time concentration. Who are here together would be able to see and feel that we're continuing. And then after that working tea, then we should then have two presentations. It would be a presentation by the Presidential Climate Commission on the work we're doing on the integrated resource plan, and then followed by the presidency on what is the just transition energy investment plan. And of course, then both the presentations, and that will be done by Mr. Steve Nichols, Mr. Deepak Patel, Mr. Neil Cole, and Ms. Joanne Yawich, who's both PCC Commissioner and heading the Presidential Climate Unit there. So it will not be 4 presentations, it will be 4 people sharing 2 presentations. So be at comfort that you're not going to be in a classroom environment for an hour, I can guarantee you that. And there'll be Q&As in between those presentations. After those presentations, we would have a facilitated session facilitated by SAFK, the Southern African Faith Communities Environment Institute, to facilitate that, but it will be led or opened by short statements from SAFK, the South African Council of Churches, the South African Catholics Bishops Conference, the Muslim Judicial Council, the South African Board of Jewish Deputies, and a representative from the African faith traditions, Mr. Boy, who's also here. And those short interventions will then open up for an interactive discussion with the physical audience. Ntabiseng at the back there would be telling us what the people are doing on the Q&A, and those that have got speaking rights would be given the microphone if they've got good camera, because if you give you audio online, you better be able to hear you. Otherwise, we'll beam your questions and the audience would answer them here. And then after that Q&A, we want to make sure that people leave early. The initial program had said would finish at 15:30, but we want to finish on 1400 hours. But before we finish, after that, after the Q&A, we would have Commissioner Mbodi coming to give in a high-level summary on the commitment. We will not have a draft resolution. We will not have a joint statement. The commitment we are going to make, and after that, the organizing partners of SAFK, SACC, and those organizations would continue to go back and look into a continuation of how do we make written inputs, how do we work on the other areas that are about future work and not just necessarily about the Just Transition Investment Plan or recommendations on the energy. That will then conclude our business of the day, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope we are all at well. In case I've got to switch in between languages, I would switch in between English and Sepedi and a little bit of broken Zulu, but I think that a few other colleagues would. So any of the participants online and here physically, you are at liberty to use any of the South African languages who should be able to hear you, or at least briefly summarize what you're saying. With those words, once again, can I call upon the Executive Director, Dr. Olva, to give us an opening overview? Dr. Olva.
Thank you, Blessing, and very good morning, all of you, the faith leaders and other delegates. It's really exciting to have this time together to discuss an initiative of major national importance, which is our energy system and how we can deal with both the immediate crisis that we're facing at the same time as achieving our long-term climate and development objectives. And we're going to have a number of presentations that take us in depth into this issue. So what you will be hearing is, as Blessing said, Steve Nichols will talk to the recommendations we want to make on the energy mix. And we will then have a discussion on the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan, this $8.5 billion deal, the climate finance deal. And these are two critical opportunities. As most of you know, government is in the process of updating the integrated resource plan for the country. The last IRP is from 2019. They are updating it. That basically sets out the energy mix for the next couple of decades. So it's vitally important that in making decisions around the integrated resource plan, that we hear all of your views And then as the commission, we are going to put recommendations in front of government. For those of you that are not familiar with the commission, I mean, maybe just to say, we're a multi-stakeholder body. So we have 12 government ministers on the commission, but we equally have a large number, 24, 25 civil society players. And that includes organized labor, organized business, various society formations, the faith community, local government, the agricultural sector, science organization. So, you know, we're a very broad church, and we're independent. So our job as a commission is to hear the views of all of the stakeholders, to look at the science, so dig in and understand what the science is telling us, and then to make independent advice and recommendations back to government. So we're not a regulatory body. We have no real power other than the power of the constituencies that we engage with. And I guess the magic that we bring to the table is this process of listening and engaging and finding consensus between the different voices that are out there. So by April of this year, our intention is to put recommendations in front of government on the energy mix and recommendations on the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan. And the discussions that we're going to have this morning are going to be vitally important for shaping those recommendations. We are really, you know, I've got a large team here. We're seriously looking forward to listening to what you have to say and engaging with you on, you know, how should these recommendations be formulated. There will be later this month, on the 29th, a multi-stakeholder session. So we, up until now, we've been engaging with each constituency sort of in a one-on-one way. And then we're weaving all of these constituencies together in a national colloquium on the 29th. So our team will be communicating with you about the format of that, and what we would hope is that there'll be a strong delegation from the faith community to that multi-stakeholder dialogue. But we'll engage further with you around that. So I think that's all from my side. What I'm going to do is hand over to Commissioner Mbodi. So Commissioner Mbodi is one of the commissioners on the Presidential Climate Commission. He leads the NUMSA ESCOM team and has been integral to a lot of the just transition consultations we've been having. So we've been going around the country, community by community, stakeholder by stakeholder. And I mean, of all of the commissioners we have, Commissioner Mbodi is the one person. He's there at all of these meetings, listening, mobilizing. He's deeply committed to the just transition, and I can think of no better person to speak on behalf of the Commission.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, Dr. Crispier. Thank you. I don't know if you were describing me, but I appreciate. And let me observe all the protocol. And it is quite an important day today, because we do believe that when you talk of any inclusivity, you need to have the spiritual dimension also covered. Actually, it is important that you are sitting here today so that your views may be counted amongst the views that have been put together in order to craft a solution of sorts. And I must thank you for coming through. And there are just a few things that I'm going to raise that are very, very important for this day, so that you may be able to feel comfortable in participating and making input, because for us, we don't believe that the commission is made up of wise men from the East. We believe that all the people who are sitting down here have got such a strong understanding of things that some of us may envy what they know. So it is important to put everything together, including the fact that spiritually, there is nothing that you must do without being spiritual. Actually, we are spiritual more than the body. The body is just covering the spirit. So it is important that spiritually we find soundness. When sitting down here, I was thinking, there is, and I'm not going to quote the book, but there is a place where it says, "Let there be light." Now, it is very, very important to note that we are in the darkness. We've got load shedding and a whole lot of challenges. Maybe at the back of our minds, we should be saying, let there be light, meaning maybe let there be sustainable energy, which is also looking after the environment, making sure that the environment is also, because remember when creation happened, we were given the environment untainted, and we need to keep it and make sure that it is kept well. Good stewards do that. So let there be light, let there be electricity, but let there be enlightenment, so that we may be able to think clear and straight and put everything into perspective, inclusive of the views that you are going to make today. So no views are wrong, no views are stupid, no views are foolish. Every view is an important view. We don't try to moderate views, because the lived experiences can never be edited by anybody. What you experience on behalf of the stakeholders that you lead, those views and those experiences can never be moderated by any man. And this commission has made it possible for each and every stakeholder to give us views and opinions that shapes the solutions for our climate and also the solutions for our energy challenge. Now, I'm going to say this also. Somebody told me this, and it is very, very important. Growing up, I never knew, it has already been mentioned that I'm from the trade union movement. Growing up, I didn't know exactly how to approach issues. So all the times when I would go into the meeting, I would say, oh, I must be ready to fight now, must be ready to fight. And somebody taught me something very important. He said, in order for you to understand the fight, you need to be able to understand certain things. If you don't understand those things, ask questions of clarities until you get an understanding. Thereafter, you will be able to size the challenge and be able to approach it knowing that you are not going into the gun battle with a knife. So it is very, very important. I just want to say, be free to ask questions of clarities. Some of the concepts may need to be explained a little bit more. And of course, we are committed to making sure that clarities are given, and so that you may be able to give input with understanding, with full understanding of what it is that we're dealing with. And your input is very, very important because everything that we do here is online, it's recorded. No one is going to delete or edit anything that you're going to put up as a solution, as a proposed solution. We are mindful of the fact that there are different sectors put together. They've got all different views, but we make sure that we put something that will be helpful, that is inclusive of each and every sector of the society, so that we may have energy democracy. For instance, when you talk about the proposed energy mix, energy democracy, meaning you would be able to have a view of what it is that your generation of electricity should look like, what your regime of energy generation would look like. And again, on the other side of the investment plan, that we may be able to say where you think the investment should go to and what they, the kind of focus, because indeed we are dealing with a multitude of challenges, amongst them poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And you are better placed to know exactly these challenges. Sitting here, you are helping societies with this and that, you know the level of poverty. And it's not something that you read in textbooks. It's not something that, it is something that you live with each and every day where you come from. We want to pick up an understanding from the horse's mouth. So it doesn't end there. Remember, when you would have asked questions of clarity, so you understand the issue, you make input, you should be able to track whether your input has been taken and understood in context. And if things are not happening right, you use that as a yardstick of questioning things to say, look, we raised this point. Where did we lose this point? How is this point not important to be included? So it is very, very important that you are here. And I want to close by saying this. Manale, today I can't even try to preach because there are preachers here. So when I say I will close, I really will close by saying all the inputs that you are going to make today are on record and are traceable, and you can use that to ask difficult questions of us. If certain things, also, we are not going to tell you any lies and say, this is going to happen like this and that. The colloquium is the place where everything will come together. And of course, then you will be able to reinforce some of the points if they are not clear enough there and whatnot, so that we have something, a product that we can say we own. So thank you so very much as you availed yourself here. Be free to ask questions of clarity. If you don't understand it in a certain language, we'll try to get it right. Anybody who's got a challenge with my language, Chivenda, yeah, I can help you with that. That one I know I can be able to help you with. But others can help with other languages, Sotho, Zulu, and whatnot. And thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the day. And may this day be fruitful as ever, so that when you go back home, you know that you didn't just come here to be part, but you were here to make input. Thank you so very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I almost said Reverend Mbodi, Commissioner Mbodi, for those touching words and for setting the scene on how we must engage and for the rules of open engagement. Logistically, the bathrooms are on the right as you go out, those that need them. But if you've got any other emergency needs, that is not what I've spoken about. You are at liberty to contact Ignatius at the back there. Those that may have emergencies, flight change, they might have seen something is not right with their bookings. Please, let's do it easily with Ignatius one by one, so that we don't start having surprises about any admin things as people disappear. So I thought that I should give that in advance so that we could sort it out. We now are ready for a message of support from the South African Council of Churches, the Presidium of the South African Council of Churches, and would like to, they're joining us online. And if the technical team there can have Rachel Marsh and it's mainly, it's not a response to Mbodi, but it's also give a broader message about the expectations. And then before we go into presentations and the audience interventions. Rachel, can you proceed? Can you loop us in with Rachel? Okay.
Good morning, everybody. Can you just indicate if you can hear me and whether you can see my screen?
Great.
Can you hear me and can you see my screen?
Are we winning?
Can you hear me? Must I proceed?
Is she coming
Rachel, we're
online?
having a bit of difficulty hearing you in the room. We're trying to sort it out now. Sorry about that.
Okay.
We can hear you online.
In light, you must know we've got an engineering problem.
Those of us online can hear you.
Thank you very much. We can proceed. Rachel, thank you very much. You're joining the team online from Emperor's Palace in Gauteng. You can unmute yourself and continue to share with us your message.
Thank you very much and good morning to everybody. When we, as faith leaders, when we think about a just transition, the first thing that we need to think about
But
is
she
what is.
speaking?
I'm speaking, yeah. Can you not hear me in the room?
Is she not muted?
No.
This side. Rachel, do you want to hold on for a minute? Please, apologies for that to the team listening online. Apologies for that. We were unable to hear Rachel or see her, but I think she should be okay now.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I can proceed. So good morning and greetings to everybody who's gathering at the Emperor's Palace. As faith leaders, when we consider a just transition, the first thing that we need to think of is what is justice? Biblical references to the word justice mean to make right something that went wrong. So justice is first and foremost a relational term. People living in right relationship with God, with one another, and with the natural creation. Now, when we consider, it is an opportunity to make things right. Now, we have to recognize that the coal industry created massive injustices, creating massive profits for the mining industry, whereas at the same time, unjust working conditions and living conditions for the workers. It made migrant labor worse, leading to the breakdown of families. There has been vast corruption. But one of the things that we often don't think about is the impacts on health of the people in the coal mining areas. Studies have shown that more people die from air pollution globally than malaria and HIV and AIDS put together. And studies are coming out now that are saying more people are dying from air pollution than die from COVID. And yet we don't take that issue seriously. Energy production, people say in South Africa, must be aligned with Africa's economic needs. But a recent government study has said that Mpumalanga's deadly air is a consequence of South Africa's heavy reliance on coal-generated power. And it's leading to health issues such as asthma and lung ailments, and thousands of lives in Mpumalanga could be saved if national air quality standards were complied with. So if we do not include health, then it is an injustice to talk about energy production and economy without bringing in the health. We know that the oil and the gas industry has created even greater injustices, the so-called 1%, the massive wealth around the world of a tiny number of people, profits going to the shareholders, whereas the environmental impacts and the human rights abuses all go to the local communities. And that is why, as part of the just transition, we have to oppose the gas plant that is being planned in Richards Bay. We have to oppose the car power ships which are being planned, which will lock us into oil and gas, and the environmental impacts for the local communities. And of course, coal, oil, and gas are the greatest contributor to climate chaos. Here's an image of part of Durban that was hit by the rain bomb, and the impacts we know of climate change are the greatest on the most vulnerable. And when we talk about the injustices of climate change, this map shows that the countries with the red areas, looking at Southern Africa, we are going to see agricultural productivity drop by 50% due to the climate change. Whereas when we look at Europe and North America, their agricultural production is actually going to increase as frozen areas become more viable. This is injustice, the injustices of oil and gas. So renewables have the opportunity to do something completely different, to make right which was wrong. When the profits from energy can finally be shared, feed-in tariffs can transform those who get profit from schools, community centers, churches, mosques. Everybody can benefit from the profits made from energy, no longer just the 1%. The other issue of justice that we must consider is intergenerational justice. This poster at a climate change march said, "You will die of old age, your kids will die of climate change." And it is very concerning when we look at the age of our politicians. Where are the young voices in politics? We have to consider the youth at every step of the just transition. For instance, at the beginning of the month, we held an education Sunday in our church. And I went to look for where are the training colleges, where can people be trained in renewable energies? And I couldn't find courses. Can we turn the TVET colleges over to train young people for renewable energies? We need to be setting up factories. We can't just install solar panels. We need to be making them. Those factories can produce so many jobs, and we can become the producers, not just for South Africa, but for Southern Africa and even Africa, instead of importing from other countries. We have the car factory model, where Toyota cars are produced in South Africa. Why can Siemens not produce their wind farms here in South Africa? And secondly, we must consider those most impacted. We have to push and make sure that the places where the coal jobs are being lost are where those factories should be situated, in Mpumalanga and the Highveld. And how can this transition assist the most vulnerable? How did those who do not have access to electricity or cannot afford it get solar energy on their homes? What are we doing about the learners who cannot study? Can we provide them with renewable energy little lamps so they can study? How can everyone be an energy producer, from the richest person to the poorest gogo, that she at the end of the month can come back with a little bit of money that she made from her solar energy on her home? Part of the just transition is looking at electric vehicles, and we must look at public transport. Individual cars are once again the injustice for the wealthy who can buy them, but public transport of buses. Can we consider e-scooters? I see in Kigali now that e-scooters can swap out their batteries at the petrol stations. And it means that people could get to work on scooters. They can do deliveries on scooters. We can create jobs. And then what about the low-tech solutions for reduction of our carbon emissions, such as wonder bags, where ladies can be taught to sew them, We don't just have to look at the high-tech solutions. Some of these funding can go towards low-tech solutions. I want to end with a verse from Deuteronomy 30, verse 19, which I believe is what God is laying on our hearts at this time. We have a choice. This day I call the heavens and the earth as witnesses against you. I have set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life so that you and your children may live. Let us choose life. Let us choose justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rachel. A moral and ethically testing presentation. I feel touched myself. Thank you very much for that message from the President of the South African Council of Churches delivered by Ms. Rachel Marks. But I think that it has set up the parameters of the space for the faith communities. It has summarized the things, complementing what Commissioner Mbodi has said. It said summarized that. So with that, I want us to move into the first set of the technical presentations. Then we'll take in questions and answers. But as I'd said, I'd always offered for people to stretch as and when they want to stretch. And I don't think that we are tired yet. We can take another presentation, which is going to be led by Steve. That is the part that Simpiwe is going to play a part. But Steve, before I do that, except the two people that led the prayers, the rest of the team kept quiet. Can I give them 4 minutes to each, just not each one of them, to the bravest, to just share something that they think we can also achieve today? 3 or 2 brave men and women to say, we have had the AD, we have had the commissioner, we have had the SACC, and thank you for the prayers. But can we in the day also give us highlights on this if you've got time and space? You want to do that for 3 or 2 people, and then we can then go into the presentation so that we don't have the monotony of listening. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Eminence, ma'am at the back there, thank you very much. Okay, and then, is it, yes. So we'll take at the back and then we'll take 2, 3 others, then we'll get, Steve, you're getting ready as well. Thank you.
Good morning. I come with a different view that we don't have electricity or energy crisis. What we have is a reminder of who we are, that we need to go back to basics in order for us to tap into what's happening right now. As a people, we had been conformed to operate with intelligence without conscience, which has been our downfall, because our conscience, when I speak of conscience, I talk of Ubuntu. Our Ubuntu has died and it has been made to be, we operating on the end results of Ubuntu, that I am because you are. But because we had been operating out of the conscious and just with intelligence, our intelligence tells us that we need electricity, we need energy to survive. And whereas our conscious does not remind us as to the process that is taken in order for us to have that energy. And because that has been happening, we are now experiencing what we are having, because we also had neglected and abandoned the citizenship of the environment. We had become heroes, or we had become gods on earth and not take into cognizance other citizenships and other personhood. In South Africa, we have a place called Plateau. I come from Kimberley. I was born and raised in Kimberley. And when it's hot, when we describe how hot it is in Kimberley, we would actually say, put an egg on your bonnet and it will be fine, you know, which means that we can actually generate heat from the sun. So we've got a place called the Karoo. It is the Plateau. It's a desert. That desert can actually generate so much energy for the sub-Sahara. It can generate energy, whereas we've got coal as well that can actually help with the industrial places whereby work needs to be done. But all in all, what I'm saying is we need to consolidate our intelligence with our conscious in order for us to have a clear view and a clear vision as to where we're going. Take into cognizance the personhood of environment. If we're not taking care of the environment, how is the environment going to take care of us? Because it reverts back to the first lady that was preaching, said we all believe in the Creator, which is another leg of Ubuntu. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Let us be brief. I just wanted to have an appetite of what you're going to say in the big discussions. So thank you very much. The last 2-3 people, then we go back to Steve. There was a hand somewhere with the mic. Oh, proceed.
Yes, thank you. My name is Namo Mulisiwa. I'm the General Secretary of the Council of African Institute and Churches of Southern Africa. Our view on just energy transition would be about the foundation of good health. And in this case, good health would not mean I am not sick or I am not ill, but good health would be about living healthy life. And the foundation of healthy life would be about how to see opportunities, how to close gaps, and how to bring discipline. And this would be the view of the bishops of the independent churches in the region. What causes us to discuss and debate and deliberate about ways and means justified for just energy transition, it is because the foundation is skewed. The foundation is really out of a step. There's a brick that has fallen, that has, come out of the rail of the way, and the whole collapse is going to affect all of us. It is about discipline. And discipline, we then go to schools and we say, do we really understand the meaning and the view and the purpose of what it is about public schooling? And public schooling has collapsed because we all were joyful that corporal punishment is no more in place. But actually, we grew up of that. But we are denying our children the opportunity to go through a space that we are who we are, and we are saying no to them, and the whole country is falling apart. Honesty. We don't pick up honest individual. Kasi sotu le kasi pedi, bare banna ba mutso bagai. We are not there. Something is really not true with us. Mutso hauna banna. And that is the problem with us. And then we talk about following the prophecy. What is the message that comes and tells us from the prophecy? We find that instead of following the prophecy, which is true, good prophecy does never mislead. We follow the prophet, we don't follow the prophecy. And so we benefit no profit at all from the good work our founders left for us. And to us, we need to go, the nation needs to go back to basics. Thank you.
Thank you. When he said in Sutu Mutso Hauna Munna, it means this sheep is rudderless. It can't say this house does not have a man. I can't translate like that. It means this sheep is rudderless. So he's begging for leadership and for direction. Thank you very much. Those were the two opening lines from the floor. Oh, there is the third one. Okay, thanks, May. Yes, the third one from May. Then Wood, yes. You're welcome.
So, okay. Thank you so much, my leadership, and I also appreciate me being here. I am Reverend Hololo from Soweto Ministers Fraternal, but here with SACC. I was very excited to hear what the commissioner said, because this is what I always say to our church when I preach, that we are the light. And when you look at Psalm 27, it also says, God is our light. And you go to Psalm 24 again, it says, the earth is the Lord's and everything that is in it. Now, I think the comments here are saying we must go back to the basics. There's somewhere where we have lost it. And for me, as the preacher of the word, I still have got hope that as the earth is the Lord's, and if especially Rona, in the priest, because the Bible says the priest must always tell the kings. And things have gone out of order because we're always waiting for the kings to tell the priests. So for me, as we are here as the faith, it must not be from here. I mean, here only. We need to take our rightful position because we need to hear from God. Why are we going through what we are going through? And the last comment from myself, as the leader in the community, and our youth always ask us, maybe from the comment of our president from SACC, where he said we must include the youth. They're asking us questions that you took us to school as engineers, especially on issues of electricity. And now it looks like you are taking us out of the country so that we go to other countries where they're going to appreciate our skills. So I never had an answer to say to them, why are they engineers? So maybe as we are discussing, tell us what we say to them. God bless you and I love you. And happy International Women's Day.
I was about to say that, Ma'am Holo. You know, when you stood up, I quickly said, I've not said Happy International Women's Day, I'm in trouble. And the theme for International Women's Day is equity and digitization for all. So I think we're meeting at the right day. And usually most of our events have got more women than men. I don't know what is happening in the church, but we'll find out one day. Thank you very much, Reverend Khololo from Soweto Ministries. Steve Simpiwe, you'll be ready to facilitate the today's presentation. Steve, Deepak, and Neil, supported by Joanne. Thank you. I think Simpiwe is coming in exactly as we announce International Women's Day.
Morning, Sanbonani Dumelang. Thank you, Blessing. So as Blessing has said, my name is Simpiwe Ngwenya, and I am with the PCC Secretariat. I'm a project manager within the mitigation team. So just to maybe recap and also introduce the next section, we will be having a presentation by Steve Nichols, who is the head of the mitigation team at the PCC. And then it will be followed by a presentation on the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan. It will be introduced by Mr. Deepak Patel, but Ms. Joanne Yawich will take us through the presentation. So with regards to the energy plan, just maybe further context on that. As we all know, we are in this room, but the country currently faces an electricity or an energy crisis. So the planning is such that we're considering energy planning both in the short and the medium term. But the PCC Secretariat actually received, this is through a decision that was taken in a meeting of the PCC commissioners in February, where after the PCC actually had submitted an updated NDC to think about how we can plan for energy or electricity or for energy provision in the context of a carbon constraint. So what that means is how does the future energy mix of the country look like within, constrained carbon emissions, both in the long and short term, so that the decisions we're making now, have positive impacts within both our economy and our electricity planning. So that's what Steve's presentation is about. And then Deepak's presentation, or Joanne's presentation, will then, now that we are planning for this future energy mix and this change in the country, we need financing. And how then do we go about navigating how we secure those financing, that finance, and how is it then going to be used? So Steve, I'm going to be handing over to you.
Thank you, Simpiwe. Good morning, everybody. Just to clarify, the PCC will be thinking about energy more broadly in the year to come, but this initial phase is really just thinking about electricity and how we incorporate climate into thinking around our electricity planning. Once we've delivered this report to the President and to Cabinet, we will then turn our attention to the question of energy more broadly. But we followed a process. So since that initial decision that Simpiwe talked about, we've had a number of events with a wide range of stakeholders looking at different aspects of energy planning and the just transition. We've had a lot of one-on-one engagements with experts as well as community groups and stakeholder groups. And we are now in the process of more formal engagement, taking what we learned out of that longer process, presenting it to stakeholder groups, getting more feedback, getting support on how we might prioritize the key issues. So this day is part of that longer process, and we really look forward to your input. One of the things that came up in all of the discussions is when we think about energy systems, we need to be able to think about them using a sort of broad encompassing framework. And this is a framework that's sort of an accepted standard. It was produced by the World Energy Council, and it's called the Energy Trilemma. And basically saying when we think about energy systems, we need to be thinking about all three of these components. We need to be thinking about environmental sustainability, many of the issues that have been raised by the speakers so far. What about air quality? What about water health? What about climate change? Then there's a component on energy equity, which is more about access and affordability and the fair distribution of costs and benefits to people. And then the final one is energy security, thinking about how reliable is that energy supply, how predictable is it? And so these are all of the things we have to think about. And of course, in South Africa, we have this additional layer, thinking about the just transition. What about the people in this? What about jobs? What about skills? What about ownership? What about all of these complex social dynamics that exist in economies and in energy systems? But it's a useful framework for us to think about how we compare different energy choices. And fortunately, there are a lot of studies that we can draw on. So this is just an example of some of the studies we looked at. Some of them are local, some of them are international. So the International Energy Agency, EMBA, and the last report there are all international studies, and then some are local. And the local ones are really drawn from three main sources of independent information: the CSIR, University of Cape Town, and then the National Business Initiative also produced a series of studies, but had one specifically focused on energy. And all of them are model-based, so they build models of energy systems and link those to thinking about the economy. And basically, they all conclude more or less the same thing, that a least cost system, even if we ignore the constraints of climate change, a least cost energy system going forward from today is built up of renewables, storage, and some investment in gas for peaking. And that's an important function in how you run energy systems. So as we move from the systems we use today to a renewable energy dominated system, those renewable energies are intermittent. They don't provide energy all of the time. And so you need some support to when energy demand peaks over what that renewable energy is able to provide. And all of the models select for gas. Now, there are a bunch of commonalities across the models, and I'll talk through those now. But all of them have a massive investment in renewables, in storage, and also in the grid. Now, in South Africa, that's a particularly important investment because our grid is constrained, and we'll talk a little bit more about that just now. Although the models can choose coal and nuclear, there are options within the model, they don't for cost reasons. As I mentioned, limited role for gas for peaking. And so there, although the gas plants exist, you're not using them all of the time. They're just providing that function of support when you don't have the renewables that you need. And so gas utilization is typically between 5 and 15%, depending on the period of time in the model. Mentioned investment in storage. Again, when we switch to renewable systems, you do have some electricity challenges that are typified by things called inertia and frequency management, and you would need to install some additional equipment in order to manage that within the electricity system. And so these are electric engineering problems that are solvable, but you'll often hear debates about in the media. And then finally, all of the models assume quite a high level of energy efficiency, sometimes aligned with the National Energy Efficiency Strategy targets, which can be as much as 40% for specific sectors. So we think energy efficiency is probably one of those neglected conversations in South Africa, and it's always the cheapest first choice option in reducing the cost of electricity. So that's an least cost option, right? So, I mean, so there's no climate change constraint. What the climate constraint does, depending on the severity of the constraint that you apply, it closes coal earlier, which pushes costs of the electricity system up. But of course, then has other advantages that aren't often measurable, air quality being the one that was mentioned already today. The quicker you close the coal plants, the better the air quality and the less impact on people's lives. And so that's kind of the debate is least cost system, renewables, battery storage plus some peaking gas. And if we constrain that even more using a climate constraint and potentially thinking about air quality, then you would close some of that coal plant a little earlier. And it's pretty consistent across all the models. Now, of course, modeling is a forecasting exercise. And so you're making some assumptions and there's some variability that creeps in there and some uncertainty. And so there are a couple of things that we have to watch that might change in the future that would therefore materially impact how you think about the energy mix. And the two that come up most often are small modular reactors, so small scale nuclear and its role in the power system, and then what's called carbon capture and storage, CCS. Both of those technologies today are not particularly mature, and there are some working plants, but they're very expensive, and they certainly don't have a mainstream application. So when we think about energy planning in South Africa, these are not technologies we would deploy for decisions we make today, but they're things we'll watch. Maybe they'll change in 10 years' time and could potentially be game changers. Carbon capture and storage is an interesting one because even if it were competitive, it would make coal-produced electricity more expensive, right? Because you would have to add an entire process onto your coal plant, and that would also mean you produce less electricity because you take some electricity to liquefy the carbon. And so we don't think CCS would make a huge difference in the electricity space, but in the broader energy conversation, it has some relevance in heavy industry processes. So getting back to our energy trilemma, if we think about the two dominant systems we talk about in South Africa, we have our traditional systems on this side, the ones we have today, and then the variable renewable energy systems, which are the ones we're kind of transitioning towards like the rest of the world. If we think about environmental sustainability, climate change, water and air quality, the variable renewable energy systems are all compare better. In energy equity side, we think that variable renewable energy systems are also better for access and affordability. We've mentioned that all of the models show the least cost system being variable renewable energy based. But in terms of the access side, you're able to do smaller scale things. We can do microgrids, we can do embedded generation. The fair distribution of benefits and costs is really more about how do we do it, and that's where the just transition really comes in quite strongly. And so we have to make some very careful choices about how we implement energy systems over time. On an energy security side, this is where much of the debate is centered in the press. You will have seen a lot of people saying that the variable renewable energy-based systems are not secure, but in fact, our research shows that you can deliver security with both systems. Just the way you implement them are different. So that's kind of the long-term framing. And Simpiwe mentioned that we think about this electricity planning in multiple timescales, the long-term plan and what we need to be compliant with our international climate commitments. But then also in the short term, we have this energy crisis. And what does that mean for energy planning? Do we forego some of those climate goals in exchange for immediate benefit now, right? And really what the science is showing is you would still use those same solutions. Renewables, battery storage, hydro storage, and gas for peaking. And then, of course, the additional advantage is responsiveness. And so you're able to build renewable energy a lot quicker than you're able to build longer standing big electricity plant. And so the solutions remain the same. However, the short-term solution has one massive constraint, and that's the grid. Right? So the grid that we have in South Africa, although the Northern Cape might have some of the best solar radiation in the world, the infrastructure does not exist to get that power from the Northern Cape into the rest of the country. Right? So that means we do need to invest in the grid now in order to ensure that we can get that power onto the grid later, but it will take 10 to 14 years to upgrade that grid fully to give access to all of those optimal spaces in the country. And so there is a short-term constraint that we need to think about. And so our recommendation is that we base the immediate electricity plan on where grid connections are available. Right? And that requires some governance reform. We need to know, we need to be very transparent about where those grid access points are and who has queued projects for those access points. And that gives us some real advantages if we can set this up. We're able to spread jobs around the country so that you'll have more distributed energy and therefore more distributed jobs. And some of those jobs will be created in areas where coal-fired power is being phased out. But also, you'll be able to communicate very clearly to people what the plan is, and it's a spatially driven plan. And we're going to put this amount of megawatts in this place, which means we need this amount of steel. We need to improve the roads to this level. We need to upgrade ports to this level. So you have a very solid communicable plan that can help bring hope to people at a point where this load shedding seems unending and we're not really sure what kind of progress is being made. There are a couple of other things that you would do in this kind of spatial plan. You can co-locate renewables and batteries so that if you do have congestion on the grid, instead of losing the energy that you could generate with the renewables, you can store them in the batteries. You can co-locate batteries on the city side so that you can spread out demand. And these are all system things that we would have to develop in the long term anyway, and so provide also some short and some long-term benefits. The just transition is, of course, critical, and there are an enormous amount of things that we need to do when thinking about a just transition, as there are an enormous amount of things that we need to do when we're thinking about the technical components of engineering. So these are some of the things that have been raised in our conversations around just transition, and you'll see a lot there about reskilling, creating opportunities for the youth. But the feedback that we've had from commissioners is that for our recommendations to be impactful, we need to focus in on a few things that the president and cabinet can really get behind and that have a systemic impact that will unlock a whole bunch of other benefits. So on the engineering side, there are also a whole bunch of things that we need to do centered around a couple of main themes. Improving energy availability factor is one thing that we can work on. Getting as much generation on the grid is another thing. Some of the market elements are another thing. These are all things that are happening, and government is being relatively proactive, as you will have seen in the media lately, around how we might unlock some of these challenges. But taking all of that into account, these are the current candidate priority issues. Obviously, for your feedback, you may have other priorities. That's what we want to hear. You may be supportive of these. That would also be helpful. And so these are kind of the top 9 areas that we've been thinking about. The first is around the short-term spatial plan that we've talked about. Don't need to go into too much more detail into that. Large-scale governance reforms. In order for us to have more market-like behavior on the grid, we would need to establish an independent grid operator, which would have some support from day-ahead markets. We need to make the queuing systems for grid access more transparent. I mentioned that already. And then we need to think about the pricing systems as a whole and adjusting those pricing systems such that they are more cost-reflective and also disaggregated. So that the price that you pay for the grid and for distribution is distinct from the price that you pay for generation. And this will enable a much better functioning of local government, for example. And then mentioned that already a huge drive on energy efficiency, storage and behavior and demand side management is necessary. We need to invest in our grids, both in the short and the long term. So these are kind of the technical engineering, systemic level recommendations. And then there are 3 that sort of sit broadly under the theme of just transition that are more people oriented. And the first being support for household generation, including incentives for people who may not be able to afford the existing quite capital intensive options. This also requires a significant amount of support to municipalities. So the implementation of these kind of distributed accessible energy options rests on municipalities, and they don't always have the capacity or the administrative systems to be able to do it. So a lot of support needs to be built in over and beyond financial incentive, administrative support for municipalities. The second category there is around implementing support for those most impacted by load shedding. Obviously there we think of poor households and SMMEs. And so the kinds of things we would need to be thinking about in that space is financial incentives for SMMEs. And if we think about hair salons who need to use clippers, if we think about spaza shops who need refrigeration for foodstuffs, and they're for welders and people doing DIY and maintenance, there's a whole range of people who are already heavily impacted by load shedding that would need additional support. But also there's this concept of free basic electricity. Currently, free basic electricity doesn't always make it to consumers because of some of the municipal capacity issues we mentioned before. So improving that system is critical. And there's probably some debate that we need countrywide around what would a fair free basic electricity allocation be. So it's currently 50 megawatts. Some organizations are saying the sort of minimum threshold could be as much as 350 megawatts. Kilowatts. Megawatts is a bit big. And then the final point there around just transition and economic diversification is critical. So if we think about Mpumalanga, even if we create a one-for-one job swap for jobs lost from transitioning out of coal and jobs gained from renewables, we would still have 40% unemployment in Mpumalanga and 65% youth unemployment. So this is a problem that goes beyond electricity. And while there are huge opportunities for localizing the manufacturing of electricity components, we need to stimulate more industry in these regions so that we can get unemployment levels down to internationally accepted benchmarks. And so that requires a huge amount of investment from everybody in society in thinking about what can we produce, where are the markets, how will we support it? And so that economic diversification angle is a critical part of the just transition recommendations. So that's where we stand and the high level of the recommendations, and obviously I would love to take questions and hear your thoughts. I'll hand back to you, Simpiwe.
Sure. Thank you, Steve. So we can actually take a few questions from yourselves with regards to the presentation on electricity planning. I'm going to open up to the floor about any questions. There's one question. There's another question. So we'll take a few questions, Steve, and then you can answer. Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Husiami Chwabi. I might have missed quite a bit of information, but the last point, you spoke about the unemployment in Mpumalanga. Does that translate to when we decommission the coal mining, the unemployment rate will still remain the same? Maybe I did not catch up that. And I want to go to RIP 2019. And that's where you spoke about there won't be much need of I forgot. I remember nuclear. You spoke about there might be no need for you. If I recall, he had nuclear as part of their long-term plan. So maybe one might want to get clarity on that. Thank you very much. And maybe the last thing I will also request that when we speak of abbreviations, can you please say them in full? Because many of us might be interacting with this process for the very first time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, that's noted.
Thank you, Simpiwe. And thank you, Steve, for that presentation. I also might have missed this. Maybe you've covered this. Sorry. My question is around what I've just seen now, the 9 recommendations. So my question is, does this involve enhancing the capacity of ESCOM? And if not, what would that mean in terms of affordability of electricity for the marginalized and the poor? And if it does include ESCOM, what are some of the immediate steps? Maybe you can highlight in the already mentioned steps, which are some of the immediate, and what would that look like? Thank you.
Can I just remind everyone to please introduce themselves before speaking? There's a question at the back.
Sorry, my name is Labdonia, and I'm from the Southern African Catholic Bishops Conference.
Dumelang. South Africa has 13 languages, isn't it? Thank you. I'm Reverend Sillo Mutsiri Harudi is my surname. I'm from SACC Gauteng, but residing presently in Orange Farm. Thank you, Dade Husiami, because these acronyms, if we will mind, for us Baruti, if we are gonna speak Greek and Hebrew, we won't understand it. And now there will be the controversy for the acronyms. And also the other point, is it possible, because this kind of sittings, they do sit in this gesture of environment, because people at the ground level where this kind of information, where it must be spread. All of us, we cannot go to all the corners of our country, because also there is also a question. Somebody was asking me that, Muruti, do you know about the late Opa Mugabe once stole billions of energy in South Africa? And then my eyes were popping out, because now ESCOM is saying we must pay back their revenues, because some they are cocotelling. You know, we are cocotelling at our townships. And the last, just to suggest, are these documents that we gonna be presented can be shared to us, and also we spread them maybe to go deeper. For example, SACC, maybe we address it at our level and maybe minimize the texture of the solidness of your language, because on your language you say climate change expert, you will manage to understand fast. But to the ground level, it will be a serious challenge. Thank you. Can we be shared this also presentation all for the day? Thank you.
Thank you. The presentations are supposed to have been circulated, but we will circulate at the end of today. I think what we also need to try and accompany with those circulations is a glossary of abbreviations, just to help with the content. I'm going to hand over just one more question, Steve, and then we'll take your response, and then we'll take another round. There's a question over there in the corner, so that the gentleman has had his hand up.
Ninjani. Okay. Igama bambiza uSipho kaMhlongo bese limnyama laselangeni. Ngiswa ngapha eNormandy. Endaweni yasemakhaya, emaplazi kahle kahle nathi emakhaya. La ngekho khona into eningi. Ngicabanga ukuthi nje umbuzo uzoba mbushane ngeke ube mude kakhulu. Engisazowubuza nje ngifuna ukuthi mhlambe ngingake siqonde ngawo ukuthi ume kanjani. Ngifuna ukugibela egameni le just transition. Ukuthi kungani kuthiwa it's just transition. Mhlambe mangithi ngiyakulalela kukhuluma ukuthi makuthiwa nje just kusuke kukhulunywa ngokuthi yabo into makuthiwa yachitshiyelwa ngani. Into ezophinda uthemba kwesikhashana nje singeside kakhulu ibisiphelile indaba yayo, kodwa kube kuyinto esithi sizama ukuthi silungise ngayo isimo esibhekene naso la emhlabeni, njengoba kunale nkinga ezikhona. Iloyo nje kuphela umbuzo wami. Ngiyabonga.
Translate that for you. There was a question around, the question is around, the term just transition, and what exactly is the just transition, and why are we now on this journey and move? So you can answer that first set of questions, Steve, and then we'll see if we can take the next round.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I think it might be useful to just answer that last question first. So South Africa is in a situation where we face a lot of international pressure around climate change, particularly through our trade networks. And so South Africa's top 6 exports, if I can remember them all by value, are platinum group metals, coal, ferroalloys, iron and steel, gold, and the internal combustion engine. 60% of our exports for the internal combustion engine are to the Europe and to the UK, who have both put bans on the sale of the internal combustion engine post 2035. So we can anticipate demand for those vehicles dropping very significantly by 2035, which then threatens those industries. A third of platinum group metal demand comes from the autocatalytic converter, which is used in the internal combustion engine. So just that transition, that global transition, threatens a big chunk of our international trade. Coal will probably not be traded post 2050. And so we have this kind of runway where we need to change our economy quite significantly in order to be competitive on an international stage where countries are also transitioning because of climate pressure. And so the things that they consume will change over time, and therefore our opportunity will change over time. So the opportunity for us is to transition our economy to make things that are more competitive, that will earn more foreign currency, that will stabilize our economy, that will, but then we want to take that further, because you could do that transition in a way that is not just, right? We do that where the wealthy stay wealthy and the poor stay poor. And that is not what we want to do. And so the PCC have produced a thing called the Just Transition Framework, which defines what we think the vision for the country on a just transition should be. And that has been adopted by cabinet, and therefore will start to dribble down into how government thinks and plans around particular sector transitions. But the gist of it is that we want to be able to do this transition in a way that lifts people out of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And there are three broad components to that. The first is procedural justice. The way in which we do it must include people in their transition. Labour have this fantastic phrase that says, no decision about us without us, right? So that consultative component of transitions is particularly important, and that inclusivity of transitions is important. But then there is distributive justice, that the benefits of those investments accrue to a wide range of people. And then there's historic justice or restorative justice. How do we use this transition to address the kind of structural inequalities that drive poverty, inequality, and unemployment? So that's kind of the genesis of the just transition. It is an international exogenous risk. It is happening to us anyway. And how we do it will define the success of the just transition. And of course, electricity in the context of climate change is about 50 to 60% of our emissions anyway. And it is also a big part of how the economy works. And it is also at the forefront of these just transitions. So you often hear about the just energy transition, right? JET. That it has the most political attention purely because it's the cutting edge of transitions. But these transitions will impact all of the sectors of our economy. So automotives is one that we think about as well. And each of them have very local impacts. So when we think about energy, we're thinking about coal, and therefore Mpumalanga and sort of Limpopo around Lephalale. Those are the dominant areas that will be impacted by the transition. But when we think about electric vehicles and the fuels they use, liquid fuels, then the transition's driven in the Eastern Cape and KZN. Right? So each of these have local impact. So the lessons that we learn in the just energy transition have to be transferred to all of these other sector transitions. So that's kind of the context for the just transition. My apologies for the acronyms. There are so many acronyms in climate change that this is my acronym reduced version of the presentation. There are thousands of others that we could whip out. I always joke that, you know, climate change people can speak for entire paragraphs only in acronyms. So my apologies for that. I did try to pick them up as I went through. In terms of some additional support, so I mentioned that last year we ran a series of 7 dialogues around different components of the transition that talk in much more detail to some of the concepts that we have here. And all of those are available on our website. So if you do want to do more reading and more exploration of some of these key concepts, please do look on our website for those sessions. The question about the decommissioning impact and unemployment. So unemployment in Mpumalanga today is 40% roughly. And youth unemployment is around 65%. It's a crisis even before we start thinking about energy, right? But as we start to close those coal-fired power plants, obviously unemployment will go up, both directly and indirectly for all of the services that support the people living in those communities and the mines. And so it's a very real and very serious crisis that needs very careful attention. And so part of the economic diversification work that we have to do is to support those communities by sort of direct support, but also by creating other employment opportunities and stimulating other sectors. And fortunately, there are most of the models are saying that at a national level, more people will be employed from the transition to renewables through construction and maintenance than will be lost from coal closure. That's at a national scale. The Mpumalanga scale, that's not quite the case. It'll be closer to a one-to-one swap, maybe a slight loss. And so these other economic diversification issues are really important and something that we at the Commission are really focused on. So my colleague Devin, who's not here today, is running a program specifically focused on economic diversification in Mpumalanga. And there are a whole suite of other institutions that are looking at that as well. So some worth mentioning, TIPS, the Impact Catalyst, the Mpumalanga Green Cluster. There's a whole range of organizations working on that particular challenge. On the question of nuclear and IRP, So the way the IRP process works, so the IRP is the Industrial Resources Plan. It's the sort of government policy that directs investment in energy across South Africa, or electricity across South Africa. And the way they do that is they do some modeling, unconstrained by climate change, constrained by climate change, and they get a whole bunch of scenarios. And then they adjust those scenarios by policy. So they might introduce things that don't fit perfectly into the model, but have other benefits like job creation or economic development. And then they produce a final plan. So my understanding of the IRP 2019 process is nuclear was one of those things that was put in post-modeling for other long-term energy security and job creation issues. The models that were run for all of these studies show that nuclear isn't a cost-effective solution, but there's so many variables there. We have to think of the cost of capital, how long it will take to build, sort of the capital risk in it. So our feeling, having looked at these studies, is that nuclear at a large scale is probably financially a risk choice. So a sort of current example is Hinkley Point C, which is UK's investment in a nuclear power plant, is currently running £33 billion over budget. Now, it's hard for me to picture what £1 billion is, but £1 billion sounds like a lot. And so that's the risk that you run in the system. And so nuclear technologically is a perfectly feasible option. It's carbon neutral. It produces generation at a good level. So the question is, how do we think about costs? Someone raised a point around cost-reflective tariffs. And so currently Eskom would say that their tariffs that they're allowed to charge consumers doesn't allow them to recover those costs. And of course, that's a challenge for them because it means they're continually running up debt, and ultimately someone has to pay. So in the South African context, it's either the user of electricity or the taxpayer. And of course, the advantages of it being the user of electricity is it forces that user to be more efficient because they directly bear the cost, as well as to think more carefully about energy expense and issues, as well as putting the cost on users. If we were to put the cost of electricity up, we would need a sort of concurrent view of free basic electricity and cost to indigenous households, because obviously most households can barely afford electricity today. So those are kinds of the challenges on the cost side that we need to think about. Someone raised a question around just the way forward and the distribution of documents. Of course, we're very happy to share the documents with you, can provide a little bit more detail on the way forward from here. We hope to get lots of feedback from all of these stakeholder engagement sessions. We'll write that up into a final report, which we will share a week prior to to a national colloquium that we hope to host at the end of March, and that will obviously trigger a whole bunch of additional feedback that we will then take a few weeks post the conference in March into mid-April to finalize the report before we submit it to the President and to Cabinet sometime towards the end of April. So that's the current timeline that we're on, and of course we hope to get lots of feedback from you.
Yeah, my name is Wahid Arakuba. I'm part of the SACC delegation. Oh, do you want me to stand up? I'm part of the SACC delegation. My question is just basic. If we change from the conventional power that we have been using, Eskom, what does that mean for an ordinary citizen? I have heard about very huge amounts of money that are needed for somebody to get off the Eskom grid. The affordability question is one that I really just want to And how is it going to benefit an ordinary person in South Africa? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks for the Bram Hanekom, Chairperson SAFSI, Chair of the Board. I just want to add on to the question of my brother here. The affordability now, we're moving towards a green, just energy transition. Government announced 25% tax cut on solar panels. In my opinion, that is a very small token from government side to tell us that we really want to support this transition. And what it does is exactly what my brother said. It supports almost like the rich, the affluent, people who can afford 100 or 200 grand for solar panels and everything that goes. My question is very simple. Aren't there other possibilities for geysers or small solar things that we can use and roll out on scale like they did in Vietnam to break down the challenge and not say Eskom must serve it, but we'll give it to the nation. We give it to the millions of people out there who's really struggling. They haven't got electricity, but if we really support them and we break down the challenge, then we can solve it. But it'll have to ask for a big mental shift and even an ideological shift. I thank you so much.
Thank you. That's a really critical point around subsidies for electricity. Thabiseng, can you tell us the question that's online? Can we take a question in the room in the meantime? Okay. Okay, can you go ahead and then Ngizoya put it more.
Okay. My question I'm Nicolene Trom from Ngabantu Foundation. I took an interest in when you described environmental equality. My question is that how are we going to attain that? Because we would have to elevate the voices of the impacted communities. There's communities that have been impacted by load shedding way before it even started, it even began. And because of the inequality in our country, those communities were not taken into consideration up until everyone else was infected about load shedding. And if we then speak of environmental equality, it also means that we'll have to hold the representative accountable. We all know that we are a country that does not take repercussions very seriously. And in order for us to distribute, to have distributive justice, procedural justice, and sense of justice to ensure that everyone in South Africa has equal rights as to energy. And when you also spoke of energy equity, I mean, it sounds a bit of a cliche as to how things are currently run. Are you going to have civil education as to how do we then attain all these and how do we bring awareness into the most affected communities? And maybe it also stems, it will also have to go back to a primary where we will be teaching children in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. So you can go and then we'll take the question from Rachel online.
Hayi siyabingelela ke kubo bonke abantu abakhona nomkhandlu wamasonto yolondaba nomkhandlu wamasonto nabo ke laba ke be-PCC ayisiyanibingelela mina ngwakashabalala Sibongo ngisuka le Natali KwaZulu eDanawus eMalahleni amalahle akhona impela eNqwaba ayagujwa namanje njengoba sila bayasebenza abantu bathola umsebenzi baphile bondla abantwana babo ngoba uhulumeni lona akanawo umsebenzi uthi uhulumeni lona uthi njengoba mina sengilapha ku-40 angikwazi ukuqhashwa ngisebenze kodwa laphana emgodini abanawo umnyaka ukuthi unomnyaka omngaki as long une-experience yokusebenza emgodini unothando lokusebenza uzosebenza manje-ke sikhuluma indaba ebalulekile lapha-ke ningixolele ngesiZulu sakithi indaba ebalulekile lesikhulumayo ngiyathanda ngoba khona namakholwa uyabona uJesu ngalesikhathi eza la emhlabeni abanye bake bambuza laba behamba naye ukuthi manje Nkosi usuyawubuyisela yini umbuso kaIsrayeli emuva niyazi-ke nina bamabandla ukuthi waphendula wathini angifuni ukutolika leyo nto sikwesinye isikhathi la esinzima la nikhuluma khona ngo-just energy ukuthi i-energy transition e-just enjani sikwesikhathi la kuthiwa khona asishifte from ukusebenzisa amalahle siye kuma-renewable omunye umuntu uyabuza ukuthi wena wabona yini ama-renewable wawuwabona kuphi aqhamukaphi enziwe eShayina noma enziwe eSouth Africa anemisebenzi emingaki manje uthini ngalabantu abasebenza emgodini sowunayo yini iplan yabo ukuthi bona bazoshonaphi ngesikhathi wena uthi akungene ama-renewable simbonile-ke umntana kaMantashe izolo bemphethe abe-Greenpeace abafowethu nami ngibuya kwaSisonke Environmental Justice Network ngivikela yona imvelo kodwa sifike sibe nenkinga ngokuvikela imvelo ngokuthi umnyango wezemvelo awuwenzi umsebenzi wawo kunemithetho emihle kabi yo-Air Quality Act kodwa na ufika emnyangweni wezemvelo umnyango wezemvelo uyakwazi ukunikeza ikhampani i-environmental authorization ngaphandle ukuthi leyo khampani ikhulumile nabantu manje kodwa ungake usilume yini isandla sikuphakelayo ngeke ukwenze lokho yabona mina nansi energy engiyaziyo bantu benkosi yile nena nihlushwa i-load shedding usuku nosuku nikhala njalo mina engihluphi mina nansi eyami energy nansi selokhu ngazalwa ubaba nomama ngo-1976 sebenzisa lokhu wafika uMandela waze wafa akanginikanga ugesi wafika uThabo Mbeki angazi noma usaphila noma sewafa akanginikanga ugesi uZuma ukhona akanginikanga ugesi uRamaphosa ukhona akanginikanga ugesi kodwa nawo wami ugesi ithi lento thina njengabantu abahlala emakhaya phansi lesi khamanzi emthonjeni thina sinakwe umuntu ngekho umuntu okhuluma ngathi noba sikhona la ngoba sibizwe yilabo bamasonto ngoba bona bashumayela ivangeli nasemahlathini basibiza ukuthi nathi asize sizozwa ukuthi kukhona uguquko oluzayo kodwa siyabuza ukuthi nithini ngathi thina ke nisashiya ngaphandle yonke leminyaka kodwa nithi niza nento ezinkulu zo just energy transition niyosixoxela nini thina ukuthi kuyisilwane esini kona lokho nositshela nini thina ngoba izimayini zikhona ngake ziqashe abantu ukuthi uma nikhuluma ngamalahle angcolile nisuke nithi angcole kuphi ngoba vele amnyama ngokudalwa uThixo kodwa angcole kanjani mangabe engcolile lamalahle kaNkulunkulu bawathathelani pho labelungu baphesheya bawasaphi ngoba angcolile yini bawathenge usuku nosuku agibele umkhumbi lapha eRichards Bay ehambe yaphesheya bawathengelani ake sikhulumeni kahle iqiniso bakwethu sixoxeni kahle indaba Sifake bonke abantu, mina ngiyathanda uba nifake nabamasondo. Bazokwazi nokuntshela noma seningene esonweni ukuthi lapha ke hayi uNkulunkulu isono lesi. Kodwa nje besizelelo ukuthi sizwe sibuye singasicoshi ke nesingisi lesi ngoba asifundanga. Kodwa hayi impela hayi sithi uma ngabe kuzushintsho oluthi awayekwe amalali, ake nicabangeke abantu abasebenzayo ukuthi nizobashonisaphi bona. Nizokwazi ukubaqeqesha ukuthi bangene kulama renewable. Yini wona lama renewable? Nathi sithi ake nize ke nizosixoxela. Yabona manje sesikhathele abantu baNkulunkulu ukuthi kuloko kulanda izinto emazweni aphesheya zilethwe lapha eSouth Africa. Kuthiwe azizosetshenziswa yithi, kodwa bona emazweni abo bengazisebenzisi, zibahlulile bona. Asingabulali umnotho lo vele sinawo. Asiusimamise umnotho kodwa siyibheke imvelo ukuthi izovikeleka kanjani. Sinomthwalo omkhulu wokuyivikela imvelo, kodwa asingatshelwa umengameli uJoe Biden angithi asitshela ukuthi asenzeni, asibona amamelikana thina.
Thank you. Okay, Steve, just to translate, I'll summarize. There was a question about coal workers, those that are currently working in coal mines, and they are most likely going to be impacted in terms of job losses. Are there any measures in place to mitigate that risk? But there's also South Africa continues to export coal whilst we are in the midst of a transition. Can you provide an elaboration on that? And then there was a last question about localization of the renewable energy manufacturing. I'm going to go online and we are going to take a question from Reverend Rachel Mash.
Good morning. Thank you, Stephen, for your talk. Two questions. The one question is, you mentioned peaking, the use of peak gas. It seems like the government is not pushing in the same direction because we are seeing a strong push towards the car power ships and also this Richards Bay gas production. If you could explain why you guys seem to be saying one thing and the Department of Minerals and Energy seems to be pushing in another direction, and how that clash is going to be handled. And the second question is just in terms of corruption, how are you going to avoid the same thing happening where these projects are set up and we find that the money is disappearing in corruption? Thank you.
Great. I mean, an excellent set of questions. And I think this this initial positioning about what does this mean for the everyday person, I think is really important. So really what we risk in South Africa is that we have the wealthy behind their walls with their private security, with their private education, with their private energy, with their private healthcare, fine, and the poor increasingly reliant on disrupted, increasingly more expensive Eskom energy. And that's kind of the risk that you were pointing to. And so what we're trying to achieve here is, and thinking about that energy trilemma, what is the cheapest, most robust way of providing energy to everyone staying within climate constraints? And that, I guess, is kind of the benefit for everyone, that you have affordable power that is accessible to everybody. That's ultimately the goal. And so what we're thinking about in this process is how do we achieve that, right? And it has risks. There's no really super easy solution to any of this. But the idea that rolling out renewable energy at utility scale, so it's happening at the scale of big organizations like Eskom, but wouldn't necessarily be generated all by Eskom. is the cheapest way to provide energy into the system. But you will at the same time have these distributed energy impacts. So big mines, big users like shopping centers, it is their cheapest option to go to self-generate renewables. And so that's why you need some systemic reforms in terms of how you price, what tariff, feed-in tariffs you set, how the city can recycle revenues from different producers and consumers over time. And so these are kinds of the questions that we're trying to deal with, but with the goal of supporting generally affordable, available electricity to everybody. The challenge on incentives, I would agree. Currently, the incentives are there. There's 25% incentive. To put a fully functional off-the-grid solar system on a middle-class home in South Africa will cost about 200,000 rand. Very few people in the market that have that kind of capital. And so something Crispin, our executive director, has been pushing us on is how do we think about incentives for poorer households? And then there's some other complications that go with that around security of those assets and so on. But these are the kinds of things that we have been thinking about. I would be lying if I said we have immediate solutions, but there are things that we're working on, and we're very happy to get advice from all of you on that. But things like geysers and reviving things like the old geyser program also could help a lot. On the question around access and environmental equity, I should also mention that we are doing stakeholder engagements with communities in parallel to these kind of social partner engagements. So far we've had engagements in Mpumalanga and Lephalale, and we go to the Northern Cape next week. And I can also say there's never enough stakeholder engagement. We'd love to do more. We try to go back to these communities regularly to hear their feedback. We are also working on and making information more accessible, so translating some of the material that we've presented into all of the South African languages. We are currently translating the Just Transition Framework into multiple South African languages other than English, and so that process is ongoing. And we do have some work and thinking around supporting schooling and education more generally. The issues of coal workers, yes, of course, coal workers will be impacted more immediately. And the point that I raised earlier around there being more jobs available in renewable energy than in the closure of coal, that is a very nuanced conversation because you're also not really comparing type of job. So coal workers in South Africa are very highly paid. They are relatively highly paid. They are skilled. They are permanent jobs. They have collective bargaining agreements attached to those jobs, so long-term benefits other than just pay. And so transitioning those workers into other jobs that may not be as permanent and may not be as highly paid is, of course, a huge challenge and a big focus of attention for a lot of people. And I think when Joanne talks a bit later, she'll start to talk about some of the provisions in the JET IP to support those kinds of processes. The export coal question, yes, South Africa will continue to export coal as long as those coal markets are available. No one is saying we should curtail our earning opportunities there, but we should be cognizant that those markets will decline over time and probably be gone by 2050. And so, the 30% of total sales that we export now is likely to shrink over time. And then there was a question about localization of renewable energy manufacture. Of course, this is important. There are a lot of people looking at this. The SARAM work that's been done, the South African Renewable Energy Master Plan has been thinking about what you localize, and there are a couple of things that we can think about there. So about 50% of these constructions are what's called balance of plant, and so they're not the very technical sort of turbine type components. And those can be made in South Africa relatively quickly and quite competitively. And so there'll probably be phases of localization. So the first phase where you localize those kind of balance of part components, and then a second phase where you start to localize the much more technical manufacturing that needs kind of dust-free environments and engineering skills. To the online question, so we can't really comment on the government processes. Government is updating the IRP as we speak, and hope to release that also in this first half of the year. We don't know what will be in that yet. They're also running a robust process. We're hoping that the recommendations that we make in our process will provide an input into that IRP planning process. And then we have to be very careful when we consider the outputs of both processes, because and to be slightly technical, when we think about gas, there are two measures, or any plant. There's installed capacity and utilization. So the question referred to gas plant wanting to be built in Richards Bay. I think it's about 3 gigawatts. That's installed capacity. Right? For the peaking function, you would only use those plants 15% of the time. And so there's a very difference between the actual amount of gas you use and the installed capacity that you build. So we would probably, in our modeling, also see somewhere between 3 to 7 gigawatts of gas being built at an installed capacity level, but you wouldn't run them at that level. Gas power is also more expensive. So some of the numbers we've seen is around 320 a kilowatt, whereas renewables is below rand and coal's around 110. So from a market perspective, you would only use that gas to meet those peaking requirements. It doesn't make sense to use it anywhere else, unless, of course, you have a massive energy shortage. So there might be a phase in the first few years of the transition where you run those plants at high utilization while you build out the renewable energy infrastructure. But these are questions that are still to be answered. The PCC does have in our mandate a monitoring and evaluation role. So one of the things that we will do in the long term is monitor progress against these electricity and energy reforms and report on that in a public manner and allow our commissioners to interrogate that data.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Okay, we'll get to you just now, sir. May I request that your question is the last one for this section, and then we can listen to the presentation on the JIP and then take more questions. But I know that in the program, at the end of the section, we have room after the panel discussion for more questions. So would it be okay for us to proceed in that manner, colleagues? Thank you. So I'm going to take just the one question, and then we'll do the JIP presentation, and then a few questions there, but we have room for robust discussion towards the end of the program.
Thank you. My name is Patsy from Limpopo, SACC. Mine is a short question from both the short term and the systematic point of view. Have your team at any point conducted an analysis of the amount of electricity that we lose through illegal connectivity? And if it has been done, to which extent have you put in your plan to mitigate that? Because in your last statement, I heard you saying you do the monitoring and evaluation. This will truly will save us energy that we're losing from illegal connections and a majority of people who are accessing our electricity illegally. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'm very happy to chat with anyone during the break. Yeah, so that's an important question. There are other people doing work on illegal connections, and we have looked at their work. It is a very important issue. It's not currently one that's made it onto our priority list, but we're happy to think about that some more. But yeah, just to say that there are a lot of people already focused on the issue of illegal connections, particularly within Eskom, but we'll give that some more thought.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Can we May I humbly request that we listen to the JIP and then we then take the next round of questions. Okay, yes. Yes?
We have had that International Women's Day. The lady, my mother there, was raising her hand, and then I'm speaking on her behalf, and thank you to give her, because I respect mothers. Viva mothers, thank you.
I have no words to thank you for your intervention. God bless you. It's not a joke. My colleague from Limpopo had his hand up. After, it's long that I've been raising, trying to make eye contact with my fellow sister. It didn't work. Thank you. I want to take an opportunity to thank the Commissioner, Bomboraheni Mbodi. When you said there's no question which should be regarded as a foolish question. The reason why we should ask questions is precisely because we want to have a better understanding. I'm making a preemptive strike, just in case you assume that the question that I'm going to ask is going to be foolish one. I'm also confused by these terminologies. Just energy transition investment plan. I think that's the terminology. Where South Africa is the only country collaborating with Germany, I stand to be corrected, Germany, France, UK, European Union, United States of America. I don't know. The question that I have, why is South Africa singled out to be the only country collaborating with the Western countries, excluding the rest of the continent? That's the question that I have. I fail to understand that. And at the end of the day, I'm asking, what are the strings attached? There's no free lunch in this world. What are the strings attached? That's the question that I have and fail to understand. So, Bomboraheni, you made it easier for me to ask this question. Then there was a presentation which we have not entertained by the South African Council of Churches. A presentation which shocked me that the pollution is killing so many. The question is that I have, who are the contributors of this pollution? Should we not name them? And the amount of the pollution, we have lost so many people. And as a Black woman and as a mother, I can safely say majority of those who died are Black. And if they are Black, then what do we do? And if I were to relate this to the presenter who said, no decision about us without us. For your information, this has become a saying. We don't necessarily live up to it. Then when it comes to global warming, I'm one person who sometimes is reluctant to believe that this is climate change. Climate change sometimes does not necessarily tell me who the perpetrators are. But if I'm talking global warming, then global warming would say to me, who are those people behind global warming? So the global warming gave birth to climate change. So let's speak a lot about global warming. And if we're to talk about just energy, how just is just? And how do we measure just? Do we have a tool in place where we could say this is a just energy? I want clarity on that. In conclusion, we spoke about the processes, the way forward in terms of creating electric vehicles, scooters, you name it. who would be the beneficiaries of those processes? Are we going back to the colonial era? Indirectly so. I stand to be corrected. Thank you very much. I'm bowing to you for allowing me to speak. Thank you. Long live Murute.
Thank you. Thank you, Mama. Just to apologize, I had noted your hand, maybe just not immediately at that point, but thank you for raising such critical points. I'm going to hand over. Are there any more questions? Because we will. There's one more questions over there, or one more question, and then Stevie, you can respond after that.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, and good morning. I'm Habuile Mabeba from Peace Corner Community Club, here today as Gauteng SACC. I just want a clarity because it's not coming up clear. And it's good that you came to our level. We are not scientists, maybe some we are social scientists. But what we know, and it's an issue that was also raised by a colleague there on the geographical advantage of South Africa coming to the issue of sunshine. It's not coming, what are the challenges for South Africa to consider light as one of the energy in South Africa? Because that is a geographical advantage that no one can take away from us, South Africa and Africa. So we don't know the nuclear energy. We know the value implications. You just touched to say, I mean, in Karoo, there's no grid there and all those things. But what will it cost for South Africa to really invest? Because this is something that will not go away. We've got a geographical advantage of it. Why can't we develop the technology to make use of the light that we have, which the European countries, they are moving into the energy that they are having because they don't have too much light. So we cannot say we want to be globally competitive with them because they don't have what we do have. So we need scientists to explain to us what are the challenges? Why can't we use something that we have already and make technological advancement on those what we have? Thank you.
Simply, just hold on. Have you introduced yourself? They want to know your name and where you're from.
I'm sorry. Because I didn't want to waste any time by way of introducing myself. My name is Mudzunga. Mudzunga means it's a vendor name. It means somebody who travels a lot. Don't mistake it for Mudzungu. Mudzungu means a white man. Mudzunga means somebody who travels a lot. I grew up in an era where, quote unquote, we're asked to have a Christian name. For me, it's a colonial name, not necessarily a Christian name. My Christian name, my colonial name is Reginah. And my last name is Farisani. I am a member of the South African Council of Churches in Limpopo. Thank you.
Thank you. So just as a way forward, Steve, can you answer these questions? And because now the questions on electric vehicles are now segueing onto the next section on the JET IP. Can you answer this round of questions? And then Joanne will then, and then Deepak will come and introduce Joanne.
Yep, great, thank you. Yeah, so I'll leave the questions about the JET IP to Joanne. I mean, I think this last question is really good, is how do we use South Africa's assets to transition to something that is an economy that works better for all people? And so there are a number of ways to think about that. So solar energy is really important, as well as wind, so all kind of variable renewable energy that can make our commodities what they call zero carbon. So if we can produce zero carbon steel, there's a huge market internationally for that as other countries try to transition to net zero. We can also then use that steel to strengthen our local infrastructure investment, create local jobs, create investment. There are other ideas, for example, of using our solar energy to make what's called green hydrogen. And green hydrogen is a fuel that we can use to have clean air flights and clean shipping. And that's important because South Africa is quite far from our trading markets. So if we can still attract tourism, if we can still trade our goods internationally, this will help build our economy. So I think that's a fantastic point. I mean, on the question of what does it cost, there are a bunch of studies that look at this. The average cost across all of the studies is around 4 trillion rand to transition our power sector. But Joanne will talk a lot more about this. But of course, that grows the economy. So while there's quite a high cost, the economy also gets bigger and includes more people. The question on air quality is really important. It is something that we worry about. It's something that the civil society consultation also raises. And so we are looking at that in a lot more detail. What do these different energy transition pathways mean for air quality and for people's health? And so that is a big factor in terms of how we think about transitioning. And then the question on how just is just, that's up to us, I guess. That's the process that we're trying to run. We have posited the just transition framework as an initial document for us to start having that consultation, but it certainly won't be just unless the transition starts to penetrate into communities all around South Africa. Happy to discuss in more detail over the break, and I'm going to hand over to Simpiwe, and thank you, everybody. That was really enriching.
Thank you, Steve. Deepak, I think you can come. So while Deepak is coming here, we are going to have a working tea. So there is tea outside, but we'll continue. We will not be taking a formal break.
Thank you, Simpiwe. In the interest of time, which is running at quite a pace, when I thought that the JET IP presentation was going to be online, I thought I would simply contextualize and introduce it. Joanne Yawich, who is both a commissioner, but that's not the capacity in which she is here today, but recently appointed head of the project management unit, charged with looking at implementation processes related to the JET IP. She will take us through both the content of the JET IP, but in the interest of saving time, I will also ask Joanne, please, to contextualize the JET partnership, the JET IP, the just transition, and all of the investment pathways that are premised or contained in the JET IP. I know that's a lot of acronyms. I'm sure Joanne will do a fine and a sterling piece of work in explaining to us what all those acronyms mean. Thank you very much, Joanne, and happy International Women's Day today.
Thank you, Malibongwe. Good morning, everybody. You know, it's a great privilege for me to be here today. The first nearly 15 years of my working life was spent in Khotso House, both Khotso houses. And I spent a lot of time working in rural communities in what was then the Transvaal province. I'm sure many in this room remember that. And in doing that work, I was housed and fed and sheltered by the SACC and its network. So listening to you all today has sort of taken me back and made me remember how much of, I suppose, the value system that I've tried to hold to has come from that. So it's an enormous privilege. You know, it's very good to be reminded every so often about where you come from. So I'm hoping that I will really be able to do justice in quite a short period of time to explain to you what the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan is and where it comes from and how it fits into all of the work that is happening around climate change. I think importantly, to explain a bit about what it, not only what it does do, but what it doesn't do. And to try and situate and locate it. And I think that in explaining this investment plan, importantly, in going forward from where we are, having taken into account your views and the views of other stakeholders on this plan, we're going to have to move quite rapidly to an implementation phase. And I think that in the development of that, the active participation of the broadest possible range of stakeholders in society is the only thing that is going to make this endeavor work. And so I see this consultation as a very first engagement around what I would hope would become long-term partnerships around implementation in ways that are going to address many of the challenges that have already been in Steve's presentation. Okay, let's go into this presentation. And just to say, it will be distributed if it hasn't been already, and there are quite a lot of numbers in it, which we can talk about, but I think it's I think that in this conversation, I'm going to try and use it as an introduction to the IP. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to start with 3, 4, 5, bullet point 6. And maybe answer the question that Umama Farisani asked around where does this come from and how does it fit into this international environment. And so South Africa is a signatory to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. We have been a signatory for a very long time. We are also a signatory to the Paris Agreement that was concluded in 2017. And as part of both the convention and the Paris Agreement, there is an obligation on the developed world, who is historically responsible for the climate crisis that we face, to support developing countries in their climate actions. And the genesis of this program comes out of an understanding around that responsibility of the developed world to support the developing world in addressing climate change, and reflects, I suppose, the struggle that the developing world has fought for the last 20 years to be able to get real money and real finance, capacity building and technology support from the developed world to the developing world. And this program is, I suppose, seen internationally as a very important program because it starts to be able to manifest and show the potential of the way those partnerships work. Secondly, to say that over the past year, South Africa having initiated together with these group of partners, this process, there are a whole set of other countries, including a number of countries on the African continent that are now doing the same and are involved in the process of developing their investment plans. And so on our own continent, Nigeria, Senegal, and Egypt are all very actively involved in developing similar plans to South Africa. And more broadly, internationally, Vietnam, Indonesia, and India are starting to say what's the kind of plan that we can put on the table. So we submitted in 2021, every 5 years in the international process, you look at your commitments as a country around your emission reductions and how you want to do it. And you say, how can we ratchet up that ambition? How can we do more? And so in 2021, and after quite a big national consultative process, including that was run by the PCC, our cabinet approved an ambitious, what is called a nationally determined contribution. It's basically our emission targets, or in fact, the range within which we commit to reduce our emissions. And in return for that level of ambition, this partnership was struck. So that's in the context of really the serious climate risks we face as a country. It recognizes the fact that we are in the very early stages of moving from a high carbon to a net zero economy by 2050. It recognizes that this transition needs to be one that is well researched, well managed, and that at the same time as ensuring an energy transition, that what it does is address the challenges of poverty, inequality, unemployment, and economic exclusion. It recognizes that it is something that involves the whole of society, and also recognizes the just transition framework that the PCC has put forward, and I think that many people have referred to in engaging. And in the context of all of that, we tried to put together a plan that would assist in setting out what is the financial ask and the actions that would need to happen in a 5-year period between 2023 and 2027 to take forward the decarbonization of the economy in such a way that we get closer to meeting our targets and commitments. Next slide. Okay, so maybe to explain a little bit more about some of the framing issues around this investment plan. The investment plan derives from a high-level political declaration that was agreed between South Africa and these 5 international partners. The political declaration talks about a set of rolling 5-year programs, so that finance is allocated in 5-year tranches, which is why the 2023 to 2027 period, because that is the first 5-year period. And it also identifies 3 economic sectors that the investment plan would focus on, and that is electricity. It is new energy vehicles, electric vehicles, and various other clean powered or clean fueled vehicles, and it includes green hydrogen. And then it tries to look at what can South Africa do on its own. And if you look at the slide on the left, that sets out the range of our emission reduction target. We as a country have said we want to try to get our emissions down to between 420 at the top and 350 megatons of carbon equivalent by 2030. And to do that, we reckon that we could get to 420 with our own resources as a country, but to get to 350 is a real ask, and that's where this issue of financing, mobilizing financing comes in. I think the second important thing to say is that there is an $8.5 billion pledge that was made in relation to this political declaration. But the approach that we took in putting together an investment plan was to say, we're not trying to do an $8.5 billion budget. We want to say, what is it that the country needs over that 5-year period that would get us on the right path and that would allow us to be able to achieve our ambitions? And so what we have come up with is a 1.5 trillion rand investment plan over that 5-year period, divided across those 3 sectors, on the basis that that finance would come from multiple sources. And we'll talk in a lot more depth about that as we go on. Next slide. Okay, then maybe to go back to some of the questions around how and what we are aiming for. And so you can look at the issue of energy transition as a purely technical issue. But I think what we wanted to do, and I spoke about it right in the beginning, is that we want to use this. We believe that there is the potential to use the energy transition to implement it in such a way that we protect vulnerable workers and communities, that we build energy security, that we expand energy access to those who don't have it or who can't afford it, that we use it to promote industrial development, and we spoke earlier on about localization, that we look at how we use this to drive innovation in our country, that we use it to look at how we develop sustainable livelihoods, that we look at it as a means to enable economic diversification and to spur inclusive economic growth. So in a sense saying, let's use the energy transition to address our socioeconomic challenges, and in the actions that we undertake, the programs that we put in place, the way that we invest, let's use it to really make a difference to people in the country, and particularly to those who are most affected by the transition. And at the bottom, we've referenced that we want to do this in alignment with the National Development Plan and the Just Transition Framework. Next slide. Okay. All right, so this slide, and I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this slide and then maybe go a little bit faster across some of the others. But this slide sets out essentially how that 1.48 trillion rand is divided. And so what we've looked at is around 711 billion rand going into the electricity sector. A lot of that is around infrastructure. A lot of it is about building new renewables infrastructure. It's also about a set of just transition activities, and I'll come onto those and stop and talk about them in detail. There's then an allocation or an ask. We believe we would need over the next 5 years at least 128 billion rand to go into this electric vehicle and new energy vehicle sector. We think that to get a green hydrogen economy up and running, particularly in the Northern and the Western Cape, probably, which is where I think most of that infrastructure would be developed, is going to take 319 billion rand. We have put in an allocation for skills development of 2.7 billion rand, but that is above, over and above the existing government budgets and the existing financial contributions from the private sector through things like skills levies. And then, importantly, what we have put in is an amount of 319 billion rand, which is really looking at the municipal distribution network. And so a lot of those questions around illegal connections, affordability of the system, the efficiency of the system, are as well as what is it's going to take us as a country to build a distribution network that is fit for purpose when you have a much more decentralized system, and a system that relies much more on solar, wind, batteries, and other distributed technologies comes into that allocation. So, so we have put this ask forward as a country to both local and international investors. So I think there's an understanding that this money, that a large part of it would come from the international community, but there is also domestic capital in South Africa that is going into similar sectors that we would want to be able to say, here's how we believe as a country that the finance that you are willing to invest should be mobilized and deployed. Next slide. Okay, this slide is a busy slide. When you get the presentation, you can look at it in detail. But I think the important point to say, and it's, I suppose, a limitation to an extent of the investment plan, is that when we put the investment plan together, what we agreed to do was to take the policy environment as is at the point that the work that was being done. So I think Steve's presentation talked a lot about what it is that we should be doing going forward. But the investment plan really is, I suppose, a moment in time as of November last year, and sets out at that point in time what was the policy framework. And this is a really rapidly moving policy environment. You will know that since November last year, there's been further easing of restrictions on the degree, on the amount of solar or wind that can be built. There's a very big pipeline at the moment that certainly the private sector is wanting to invest in, and there's attempts to make it easier for that to happen, for it to happen faster. The IRP that we spoke about, the Integrated Resource Plan, is in the process of being revised, but it hadn't been revised at that point, so we took the IRP as was. So this sets out the policy framework, and I think that importantly, you know, we're very hard on ourselves as South Africans, but actually there's quite a comprehensive energy and climate policy environment in our country within which we operate. I think the challenge that we have is, how do we operationalize that, and how do we take advantage of those policy frameworks in order to really move forward in ways that are going to, at the same time, ensure that a whole set of social good is achieved. Next slide. Okay, so very quickly to go through the electricity, the areas that are included in that electricity thing. I've spoken a bit about it. There's provision for new solar investment, new wind investment, battery investment. Eskom itself distributes power, and Eskom's own distribution grid requires modernization and upgrading and investment. And then there is a big allocation for transmission, for investing in the transmission network. And Steve already spoke earlier on about the significance and the need for us to be able to extend the transmission network, particularly in the Northern and the Eastern Capes, where our best resources are for renewables, but where there isn't the ability to connect to the grid, and that is holding the country as a whole back. And then lastly, there is a relatively small allocation for coal plant decommissioning. That is aligned to the IRP because there are a number of power stations that will reach end of life in the next 5 years. And then we've got to decide, what are we going to do with them, and how are we going to utilize that infrastructure going forward? And that is what that allocation is. Next slide. Okay, this is maybe one of the most important parts of this presentation. It is Mpumalanga focused, and it really does recognize that this long, slow, orderly process of phase down of the coal economy is something that needs to be well organized, well planned, and thought through, so that we don't end up with a kind of, I suppose, economic disintegration that we've seen, for example, on the far West Rand, where the gold industry has been in decline and it's caused significant social dislocation and has impoverished people and made life very difficult. And we want to avoid that in relation to a coal transition. So what we have done in this, and it's an initial 60 billion over the 5-year period, which may or may not be adequate. I think that comments and input on that would be important. But firstly, it looks at repurposing coal plants. So you have to close down, you have a coal plant that reaches end of life. Is there a potential to, on the land around that plant, to build a solar plant or a wind plant or a factory maybe, where you could start to manufacturing components for the renewables value chain? So that is what that allocation for. Then there is an allocation for repurposing coal mining land, and that recognizes that those mines, every mine has to have a closure plan and a rehabilitation plan. And it's something we don't do well in our country at all. But that land potentially, if it could be remediated and released, becomes a very important resource that could be used for a very wide range of economic activities, including in things like agriculture, conservation, that you could be used to benefit communities more broadly, and that could be brought into a process of social distribution in ways that create new livelihoods. Then there is an allocation for what we call improving infrastructure for development. And I think that recognizes the fact that if you really want to build a new economy in the Mpumalanga area and in the north of the country, there has been a great deal of infrastructure degradation that has accompanied in particular things like the coal trucking industry. So, you know, in a place like Standerton or Bethel, the roads are a disaster. And there are all kinds of problems around infrastructure that are making the lives of people who live in those communities really, really difficult. And so we've put in an allocation that could be used to improve infrastructure. We've then put in an allocation for diversifying local economies, and that recognizes that there is at the moment a value chain that allows people to make their living out of the coal value chain. And as that disintegrates, you want to be able to do the things that create alternative opportunities for people, and it allows for that work to start to happen. We've put an allocation that is called Caring for the Coal Workforce. Now, many of the workers in the coal value chain do have pensions. Many of those people may well be reaching retirement age. Many of them may well be able to find different jobs. But this recognizes the fact that there are going to be people who are not able to do any of that, and for whom the existing social safety nets don't work. And so it is going to be critical that we then are able to put in place, and this might in fact require some kind of legislation, something that would allow us to ensure that there is a social safety net and support is given to people who would otherwise just fall right out of the system and lose their livelihoods as a result of these changes. Then there is an allocation for investing in youth and preparing future generations for the transition. We spoke about the unemployment rate, youth unemployment rate in Mpumalanga is 65%. I'm sure that many of you who work in those Mpumalanga towns know there are also a set of very serious social problems that the youth face, including drugs and other kinds of factors that are making it very, very difficult for youth to find a good a future for themselves and to advance themselves and to become productive members of society. We think that this program should be used fundamentally to be able to support that. We've got an allocation, what we call planning for success, which is really to support both government as well as the process through which government interacts with civil society, so that these plans are developed in a participatory way and are plans that have people behind them and where government is able to move forward. There's then an allocation for just to do a bit of work so that we can get this post-mining redevelopment happening better. And finally, there's a capacity building element, which I think, given the state of local government in many of those in the province, is really going to be directed towards building the capacity of both province and municipalities. So that is what we've looked at for Mpumalanga, but I do think that we understand as these processes go forward in other sectors across the country, one is going to need to be able to raise finance to be able to deal with similar issues in different contexts. So for example, if we don't successfully make the transition to electric vehicles, we may well have a similar set of risks in the Eastern Cape. And then we'll have to have similar kinds of programs to support people. And we'll need them anyway in order to be able to make the transition from internal combustion engines to electric vehicles. Next slide. Okay, lastly, there are allocations for localizing the clean energy value chain. We've spoken about that. And then importantly, and I think it's been an implicit part of this conversation, is this concern in the room that we don't do this transition in a way that you have this little island of rich people who have renewables and then the poor are sitting in darkness. And so that allocation around social ownership models, as well as when I come onto the municipalities, is intended to do the work, to find the funds to do the work that would ensure that we can ensure equitable access and an equitable spread of benefit across the country and across all levels and sectors of society. So I think that this issue of social justice and equity is a very important part of this plan, and the way we implement it, I think, is going to need to take that on board. Next slide. Okay, this looks at the municipal investment needs. You know, some of it is around maintenance of the existing distribution network, which is increasingly collapsing. The allocations around being able to create a distribution infrastructure for electric vehicles. There's allocations around the backlog. So that is for people who have no power whatsoever. And I think that in the context of this program, there's the opportunity for some really interesting things to happen. Eskom, for example, has developed a mini grids, which are kind of container-based solar plants. And I don't know if there's anybody in the room from the Free State, but in Clarence, it's being piloted, and a whole lot of community members are currently getting renewable power from something like that. So there's provisions for that. And then a whole lot of kind of planning and capacity building provisions that would enable municipalities to really move forward. Some of this needs further work, by the way, particularly that first allocation around whether that 200 billion allocation, whether that is correct, it would need to be ground truthed. Next slide. I'm going to start racing through these, but this is the allocation for the EVs, which includes industrial development and innovation, so that our industry doesn't get shut out of international markets. And all of the people in the Eastern Cape, in Tshwane, who currently depend on the automotive value chain, don't suddenly find themselves out of jobs, and that we don't lose our automotive industry. It provides for some of the things that need to be done to support innovation and to support redeployment of electric vehicles. The Department of Trade, Industry and Competition is at the moment doing a lot of policy work, as is the industry. So this, this part of the plan is going to need to be, I suppose it's a living part that may change as they reach conclusions. Next one. Okay, green hydrogen is something that is completely new internationally. It really looks at how hydrogen can be utilized to produce a whole set of low and no carbon products that in particular can be used to power heavy industry, and that can be used for mobility, including for aviation, for shipping, and for heavy industry. And given our wind and solar resources in the country, and given the fact that a lot of the process that is used to produce hydrogen is something that our country is really good at, because of the intellectual property that Sasol has developed over many years, we have a competitive advantage at this internationally. And it is a sector that would allow us to keep things like our steel and cement and heavy industries and run the furnaces that really enable us to produce a whole lot of our manufactured goods, including things like glass. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is the allocation around skills development. It is a very small and initial allocation. As I said, it doesn't take into account the existing budgets that both government and the private sector put into the skill system. But what it does is provide for the establishment of a skills hub for the program, looking at the future of work and kind of for better coordination across the country. It looks at a small provision for setting up pilot skills development zones, in particular in Mpumalanga, the Eastern and the Northern Cape. And it looks at ways that you can look at a better utilization of the public sector budget. We've had a lot of criticism about this amount. So going forward, there might need to be quite a lot of further work to come up with something that I think would allow stakeholders to feel that this issue is taken with due seriousness in the plan. Next slide. Okay, then to talk about the financing issues, I spoke about the fact that this plan, and I'll talk about the 8.5 billion in a while, it comes from the money, or the finance would be mobilized from a range of sources. And in the work that was done last year, in particular by the Presidential Climate Finance Task Team, a set of principles were set out against which it was agreed that the plan should be measured. So firstly, I've already spoken about the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change principles for developed countries to support developing countries. That should be essential. Finance should be additional to existing climate and development commitments, and going forward, we're going to need to do assessments of that. The financing should reflect our unique needs as a country. So this must be a country-driven program. The financing of the just transition component should be mainstreamed, and we've tried to embed that in the plan. South Africa borrows a lot. I'm sure that in the national budget, everybody looked with alarm at our interest, at the amount of interest we pay on our borrowing as a country and the prognosis on that. But I think that what we would want to set out as a bottom line for this finance is that if we are going to borrow, that borrowing must be cheaper than the country could obtain in the capital markets. It's got to be a bottom line requirement, otherwise there's no point. That finance flows should be predictable and certain, that the money must go through the institutions that are best placed to manage it. that we should have where the private sector is putting money forward, that there's, or in partnership with government, that we've got to have appropriate risk sharing arrangements so that the risk isn't all borne by the public sector or the risk isn't all borne by the private sector. You've got to have something that is balanced. And then lastly, that there's got to be, and I think people raised the issue of corruption earlier on, that there's got to be good governance and safeguards. And I think that along with that goes transparency in relation to the accountability around the finance that is raised. Next slide. Okay, here, this slide really looks at the $8.5 billion package pledge that is currently on the table, and it sets out what the contributions are from the different countries. On the left-hand side, you'll see, if the comment were to go, that there's 300 and only the grant amount is very small. It is only $329 million. And I think everybody from the president who pointed this out and has pointed it out to the heads of state of the partner countries, to everybody that we spoke to, has said we have to do work to increase the grant component. I think that a number of the partner countries have already come forward, including Germany and the US, and have put additional grant finance on the table. But I think it's going to be, in the long run, really important that that is increased. There's then an amount of $5.3 billion that is concessional loans. So in other words, loans that are cheaper than what the country could get in the normal course of its borrowing. There then some allocation that goes to the private sector, particularly from the US, and we would hope that that could also be used to support BBBE enterprises and SMEs in being able to get up and running. There's then a provision for some guarantees that in particular are coming from the United Kingdom to the African Development Bank, and the intention is the African Development Bank should on-lend that to South Africa, but in ways that really increase that allocation, and then you get the total of close to $8.5 billion. Next slide. Okay, I want to just talk a little bit about implementation, which is really what the slide talks about. So firstly, in doing this work, there has been an interministerial committee that provided the ultimate oversight and that reported into the president and to cabinet, and that will remain. National government will carry on having a role to ensure that there is coherence and consistency across government in relation to this program. The money will then flow to specific institutions, and obviously they will contract with the donors or the financiers. Some of this money is coming in the form of sovereign loans to National Treasury, and it is obviously National Treasury that will then negotiate and ensure the appropriateness of the terms and conditions of those loans. There's then the potential for organizations, our own development finance institutions, such as the DBSA, the IDC, and others, to be intermediary organizations, ensuring that that money is dispersed in ways that really support the country's developmental needs. And then I think importantly is that we would like to see community level governance and trade union structures that could support an ongoing process of needs identification, looking at playing a role in ensuring the visibility of projects, monitoring progress, ensuring that we are getting the right learning from the initiatives that come from this, and playing intermediary roles in social support investments. And I would suggest that the faith-based organizations have an absolutely critical role to play, because you are very, very close to the ground. You have very powerful and extensive networks, and you're very close to the ground. and in the process of ensuring that there is an ongoing societal involvement in this program, I think there is a really very, very important role to play. And lastly, we would want any private sector organizations that benefit from this finance to be willing to contribute to the monitoring and evaluation so that there is also transparency in that. Next slide. I think, yeah, okay. So in summary, what we want is strong governance. We want a robust management arrangements for the finance. We want to do this in such a way that there is ongoing monitoring and evaluation and learning as a result from this. And lastly, we want to be able to do the work that helps to identify risks upfront so that we can manage them appropriately and proactively. And I think that brings me to the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Joanne. So we are going to try and do this differently. We've got consolidated inputs from the SA Catholic Bishops Conference, as well as the South African Faith Communities and Environment Institute. I'm going to propose that they come in and provide their inputs to the presentation, and then after that, we will then open up the floor, the questions to the floor. Can we get assistance with the distribution of microphones from the rest of the PCC secretariats?
I just want to be visible to the online people. Where's the online? Can I stand anywhere? Shall I be a podium? Okay.
Okay, sure.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the PCC for convening us here today. My name is Francesca de Gasperis. I'm the Executive Director of SAFC, the Southern African Faith Communities Environment Institute, and we were involved in bringing this session together. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to present today. I have written down some words, but I'll try and not take too much time because it's really your voices that we want to be hearing. I want to tell you a little bit about SAFC to begin with. We monitor and inform faith communities. We campaign and advocate on energy and climate justice. We are just one organization that is part of a hugely knowledgeable and engaged civil society and faith community network. We work independently and collectively on energy governance. We SAFC work specifically on a number of energy governance issues and with the faith sector. We're known alongside Earth Life Africa. Makoma is one of the climate commissioners here, for a court case against the government's R1 trillion nuclear deal. It was declared illegal and unconstitutional in 2017, and this prevented a huge debt to be incurred in the country that would have bankrupted us. So when I say energy governance is a contested issue in South Africa, we shouldn't underestimate that. We've been following the developments of the JET process and looking at, in the energy space, nuclear, renewables, and more recently, green hydrogen, this thing we keep all hearing about. We want to firstly commend the PCC on this first global initiative, a North-South partnership that will achieve, ideally, a just transition in South Africa. It's ambitious, it's far-reaching, and 1.5 trillion rand is not a small amount to spend over 5 years. So I want to say a little bit more about how we work with the faith sector, if I may. We know, and the reason that we work with the faith sector, that finance, policy, and science cannot fix the problems that we face. We're heading into the 28th Conference of the Parties on Climate Change, or global warming, as we've been reminded. 28 times the world has met to talk about these issues. And if finance and policy was going to solve the problem, it would have done so already. Instead, each year we find ourselves more and more at the mercy of political maneuvering and corporate interests. What is missing are moral and spiritual values, cultural and indigenous knowledge systems, sources of information and wisdom that don't separate us from nature, but that recognize that we are part of a community of life on Earth. We forget our place in this web of life at our peril. The existential crisis that humanity faces is of our own doing, and then therefore we need to reach deeper into ourselves to both repair and fortify ourselves for the time ahead. And unfortunately, my view is that the JET process that we've seen being brought into being will not be enough to stem the crisis that we're facing. The widening inequality, the unemployment, the hunger, the lack of opportunity will continue to be further exacerbated by the activities that we undertake. And we need a more detailed examination of the crises we face. If we want to deal with these issues seriously, we need to go to the source if we want to be successful in this intervention of the JET IP. Load shedding alone can be used to demonstrate the challenges we are currently facing as we embark on a just energy transition pathway. It's the tip of the iceberg of the crisis of energy governance and the impacts on society in South Africa. Governance is what's missing. Preventing corruption, ensuring good spend to bring about what is needed in this country is the elephant in this room. We need to be serious about how corrupt our energy system has become, including how we plan and make preference for the energy mix that we've heard today. This should not be underestimated when we dream and plan for just transition. And this issue is not unique to South Africa. So we're facing this as our global stumbling block beyond the issue of political self-interest. It's this issue of governance. So we're here for the faith engagement to hear from the faith sector. And I want to touch very shortly on the faith community's role. We heard a little bit from Joanne about how important the faith communities are, and we really shouldn't underestimate that. You faith leaders were the essential workers that we needed during the COVID crisis, helping communities, ensuring practical ways of reaching those in need, tending to the fabric of society, both in loss and in celebration, helping us weave ourselves back together again. The collective people here and those missing represent communities and spaces and understand lived experiences that many of us can't fathom. Faith leaders educate and inform their constituencies, and they have land, building, and communal spaces that can be used for these very projects that we're talking about today, for localized renewable energy. They're able to house things in a safe and secure way. So let's make no mistake about the essential role of faith leaders and faith communities can play in this process if we're serious about the ambition that we're hearing about in the room. For SAFC and the many faith communities that we do not speak for, we want to listen and we want to learn and we want to reflect on what we hear. And so I have to say, unfortunately, to the PCC, we were very disappointed when late in the planning process for this particular engagement on Friday afternoon, we were told that the 63 faith leaders who we had worked very hard to convene, and thank you to my team for all their hard work, who were meant to be here physically in person, were not able to come. The fallout continues on that, and people are very upset. And I'm afraid, PCC, you're being called to all sorts of communities around the country to come and meet with them. People want to meet you face to face. It's really important. So we wish that to be recorded for this session. We wish it really to be recognized that the diversity and wisdom that should be in the room isn't, although many of you have offered so much today. So I'm going to summarize what I've heard so far and others in this process so far. And just remembering the old maxim that we have to do, which is think globally and act locally. So reaching into communities is absolutely essential for this. So the things that I've been hearing are that we need for the just energy transition. More jobs are needed, more jobs, new jobs, and more jobs. And part and parcel of that is local manufacturing, new industry and renewables. So our energy system becomes more affordable, reliable, cleaner, and greener. Energy for South Africa is in a state of disaster at the moment. So when we talk about that, we need to look seriously at what are the climate impacts before we start creating green energy? Is it really green? And who's going to benefit from that green energy? Is it for us? Or is it for hungry Europe who need new energy to help them with their offsetting? These are big and serious questions that we need to ask when we start moving into major new manufacturing areas that are unproven, like green hydrogen. And so not all of these so-called transitional energy sources that are still fossil fuels or energy sources that do not meet our stated needs of urgency, of no expensive deals, of affordability, of transparency, of accessibility, fit into what I would call a just energy transition. What that means is that gas, diesel, and nuclear should not be part of a just energy transition plan and should definitely not receive any funding. Using criteria without bias, recognizing that our criteria that we use, that you've been hearing, are biased, and they have been biased towards fuel systems that don't benefit all of us. We need to look at things that are externalized, like pollution, like we are hearing. Why is it that coal is so polluting? These are things that we need to discuss and make sure we fully understand. So when we look at our energy systems, at the corruption and the governance issues we face, we need to make sure that's part of the analysis that we use when we look at the JET-P. SAFSI works with world leaders on nuclear energy. And I can tell you right here and now categorically that the small pebble bed nuclear reactors are not viable and haven't been. And there was a court case fought early in the 2000s in South Africa to prevent that becoming part of our energy mix. Let's stop wasting money, important money that we need, on energy systems that are never, ever going to work, and they just become vehicles for graft. I also want to say that we should be careful about prioritizing green hydrogen. It should be given the appropriate place in our plans to be used where it's appropriate when we know exactly what that means. And if we're going to create green energy, it needs to be people living here in South Africa, people who do not have access to clean energy, rather than meeting someone else's energy needs outside of the country. So before we start looking at creating nice export markets, let's make sure that we offset what's happening in South Africa. We are the 12th largest emitter in the globe in hydrogen, in carbon. So we need to make sure that we sort out our emissions and that we sort out our energy system at home first. And we also need to understand the environmental and socioeconomic impacts. When we talk about moving beyond fossil fuels, what can we do to empower communities to engage and be a part of this? How can we be more transparent? And how can we make sure that we use appropriate innovative models that really does allow us to act locally? Funds for the just energy transition need to be more than just loans. We need to have grants. We've heard about, also I think from the Mama, that loans leave us with unaffordable debt, and there's all kinds of conditionalities to them, which often land up leaving countries like South Africa with crippling debt. So how do we make sure that we don't actually get given loans to address the climate injustices that have been created by the North? This is serious. We shouldn't be being loaned money. There should be proper technological transfer, and there should be money being given to the South so we can not have to suffer due to the North's overuse of carbon. And let's make sure that we give the priority to people living in South Africa the proper weight in the planning, rather than allowing business or finance to determine the terms of an investment plan. It needs to actually be determined according to the needs of the people. So the plan needs to be fit for purpose. And as much as I also like spreadsheets, the funders aren't the most important person when we're looking at financial planning. Finally, we want to know how this process will be part of existing energy legislation. The Integrated Energy Plan, which is the overarching legislation part of the Energy Act of 2008, still hasn't been implemented. I would say that would be an essential building block for this. So finally, I've got some questions directly to the PCC. We'd like to know how our comments and inputs will be incorporated into your thinking. Noting that green hydrogen is such an important part and priority, is there any possibility of the top 3 priorities being changed? What are the next steps of the consultation and when can we engage? We like that Joanne says you would like to have community level engagement in M&E, but we'd like to see how that will be in the plans, how will it be facilitated, and how will it be funded. We'd also like to see plans being translated into more official languages, if that hasn't happened already. And please make sure that this is accessible. I was at a meeting this week where one of the other climate commissioners, Bishop Malusi, was at, and everyone was asking us, what is this JET-P thing? What is it? This language that you're using, it doesn't make any sense. We need to make this accessible to people. If this is going to be part of the fabric of our society, we need to all know what it is. Otherwise, how can we be a part of it? That's absolutely critical. And I just want to emphasize again that communities and faith communities in particular will play such an important role in accountability. Those are the eyes and ears of what's really happening in terms of the just energy transition. How will we be empowered to do that kind of tracking and keep track of things? So let's make sure that we are inclusive and bring all the voices into the room. This is a small group of people who are interested in energy. And I'm very impressed, for those of you who haven't heard about this issue before, that you've sat through my long presentation and everyone else's too. I just want to make a final note about faith communities. For us to get this right, for us to really say that the just energy transition has been successful, we need to stretch far beyond what we've heard today and encompass more than what I've said. This is an opportunity for restoration, for restorative justice, to heal some of the past wounds and bring dignity to communities who've borne the brunt of injustice and systems that have and continue to be oppressive. For SAFC in particular, as people of faith, we want to restore the balance with the earth so that we can live in harmony and no longer feel that we have to pit humanity against nature, and restore this caring relationship of mutual trust and reverence for our home, this sacred earth, and for future generations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You've touched on really important points, especially about community involvement and communities being, at the center of the transition. Can I ask Mr. Bram to? Oh, okay. You can come and present next, sir. You can speak there.
Sanbona Dumelang. Good afternoon. I just got a new name, Mr. Bram. Let me just take an opportunity to thank the PCC for this consultation, and also in my stand, thank the SACC for allowing us to come and provide a bit of a technical side. My name is Alex Tsela Simanga, Alex Tsela. The only introduction I'll just give, 32 years as a nuclear physicist and 40 years as a preacher. Now we have to combine the two and ask the difficult question, how is a PhD nuclear physicist also a PhD in biblical studies? The common thread in both is principles of God. Whether it's science or the Bible, is principles of God. And just last introduction, I'm also representative of South Africa in the OECD, where we talk these energy systems beyond 2050, but I'm not going to share that. I think very quickly, for the first time I had to read what I'm going to say, because I thought, we have to speak for just 10 minutes. All protocol observed. Everybody starts like that. I'm a scientist, so I'm not a formal speaker. Can I premise the whole thing by saying energy in all its forms has been created by God. Only the human failure to use energy creates all the debates we have about energy. But energy has been created by God. I would like to say then to the PPC, thank you so much, PCC, for this consultation. Dialogue is a matter that cannot be ignored. Why? Because as we sit here, even though we are faith people, we have so many different views, and these views must be brought into a boiling pot and make sure we can come up with something that is aligned. My next premise is to say, we as a country are experiencing an energy crisis. We can't deny that, but here is the important step. Energy crisis is an existential threat to the nation and to the continent. Therefore, a just transition to a low carbon economy must assure energy availability and security, but importantly, energy access by all. It has to assure that. If it cannot assure the energy access by all, it continues to provide for just a few. In my view, the three words I want to throw here are, if this transition has to be just, where we would say just means behaving in a right and fair way, then these three words must appear: transparency, accountability, and human rights / honesty. If I'm to stand on Sunday again before the congregation in Centurion where I preach, and I have not emphasized honesty, they must pull me down from the pulpit and only keep me in my science lab. Here are the thoughts on each of those three words. Transparency. We want to encourage that let there be transparency in how the energy mixed will arrive at net zero, but not at zero. Those two are not the same. Let there be transparency. Are we going to net zero or at zero? Let there be transparency in how a country that is so industrialized like South Africa, the largest industrialized economy of Africa, how will it have sufficient base load to avoid job losses? So when we do the just transition, may we not collapse the industries. Another day, I can give you the numbers. If you take the 1,000 megawatts Komati, you shut it down, 2,000 megawatts Hendrina, you shut it down, you can only replace it with only 115 megawatts of solar. So it's like I'm taking 3,000 rands from you because it's in 200 bills, and I'm giving you in 100 bills, but I'm only giving you 115 rands. Then you have to ask what happens to the jobs. There's debate. As a scientist, I would say green hydrogen is an opportunity for replacing that base load. By the way, we've been using hydrogen in South Africa for so many years. The word green simply means it's no longer gray. No longer gray simply means we make it from solar and wind. We no longer make it from fossil fuel. But we've been making hydrogen for a long time. But not only hydrogen for fuel cells, as it was shown, but also hydrogen to generate power. So that's the thinking. How do you keep the base load and still be green? And that's what we're saying about transparency. I said three words. On accountability, I think it's been spoken here, but I just want to emphasize that again. Let there be accountability in how the jet investment will be utilized. In other words, let there be a revolution this time around. That as the nation receives all these monies, and they look like loans, most of it, let's be transparent in how it is used. But importantly, let there be accountability on those who use it. Let's make sure that as many people have access to this. And I'll give you a suggestion how that can happen as I end. The third word I said was human rights and honesty. I will be a bit controversial here. The SACC will forgive me for this because we didn't have a time to really sit and talk and show you my controversy. Honesty. As preachers were controversial anyway. Here is the point I want to draw on honesty to think about. Give us access to the government thinking of why it's so difficult to support the reduction of demand, which is quicker than increasing supply. In other words, if I give you the numbers, I'm a scientist, I have been in energy business for
the last so many years, over 15, 20 years, I own an energy company. Here's the numbers I know. South Africa has, let me take a Saturday, 3 weeks ago. One Saturday, our demand was at 26 gigawatts. Our supply was at 19 gigawatts, and the gap is 7 gigawatts. So the thinking is, let's increase supply quickly. But you can't increase supply quickly because you have to build bigger plants. But you can, in fact, reduce demand while you become green. So the honesty for me is, give us access to the government thinking why we can't, for example, support 1 million homesteads with 5 kilowatts PV generation. Listen very carefully. Let me explain this. I will be a bit transparent because I'm talking transparency. In my home, in my house in Centurion, we know about load shedding, but we don't experience it. Why? Because I put a 5 kilowatt solar panel a long time ago with a 9-hour battery. So from 6 p.m. when the sun goes down, I can drive for 9 hours without need for ESCOM. And in the morning when the sun comes out, I jump back to my inverter. What does that mean? Solar works very well at home level than it worked at massive level. I can explain you scientifically. Why. In other words, so if you gave us honesty, why couldn't government support 1 million homes that will do 5 kilowatts, and that 5 kilowatts is 5 gigawatts. So of the 7 difference you need, you've simply reduced the demand to be at the level of the supply with a simple solution. In fact, if SACC will allow that we just sit around, we can actually do this as faith communities and just leave government alone because we don't have honesty of why this is not being done. And we just come together and say, if you then move this 1 million home to about 2 million homes, you never have load shedding again. As simple as that. But the thinking is more about let's increase the generation. But to increase the generation, you need trillions, which will take a long time, but reduce the supply. Honesty. Take us into the government thinking. Here is the last true thoughts on honesty. Take us into the government thinking so that we can see why when the Western world have their existence threatened, they go back to fossil fuel. Yet they say to us, move away as fast as you can from fossil fuel. The example said by Ushabalala Lapemuva, I give you the numbers because I'm in the field. In the first 5 months of the Russian-Ukraine something, the Western world imported from us 40% more coal in 5 months than the whole year of 2021. So we have to get the thinking then. That's honesty. Let's be honest and ask ourselves the question. If that's how they are doing when their national existence is threatened. Okay, I did say, you'll forgive me to be a bit controversial at this point. And the other honesty that we would wish to know from government, why when we have a challenge as a nation, we actually don't address the challenge, we throw out the baby with the bucket. What is the problem with coal? The problem is the emission. Why not capture the emission? I am involved in a project already where we are capturing the emission and converting it there to something else. In other words, the baby needs not be thrown out with the bucket. We need to do what we call systems thinking. Where is the problem? Is in what comes out of the chimney. Take that comes out of the chimney. You no more have pollution, but you can change that to other products. This project is called Coal CO2 to X program. It's already running in the country. It's at a pilot level. Why not push more funds into that? Then you actually have a different solution than the Western world. Your highnesses and your owners and everybody else, that was the thought of honesty. There is an honesty. I know the previous speaker was talking about running away from other God created. There is an honest thinking that at the moment in the country, the cheapest energy is from nuclear. Today, as we speak, we're paying less for nuclear than all the other sources. You ask the question, why? Nuclear is 60 to 80-year plant. Renewables is about 25 to 30-year plant. You have to think what that means. This shouldn't be the last dialogue, we hope, but for us to support you very well, give us access to ESCOM's IPP data. In other words, we are talking, but we actually don't know the data. IPP has been running here in the country now for a number of years. We should now know what it means to go fully green because data already exists. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. What needs to be done is not a mystery. It simply requires a few bold people to get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Really highlighting transparency and accountability in his report back. So up next now is going to be Mr. Bram Hanekom. Are you coming up next? Okay. From the South African Catholic Bishops Conference. Oh no. Sorry, from SABC. Oh, excuse me. My notes are misleading me.
Thank you. I'm going to be very short. May I just start by thanking everyone involved in this initiative for this incredible, important discussion. And I'm just going to share with you one or two emotions that went through myself and my body when I listened to you all. I do have hope for this country. I firmly believe in the future. I firmly believe in the level of discussion that we have here, the questions, the courageous questions that we ask. We know that we have very complicated challenges in front of us. For instance, and I mentioned to some of my brothers and sisters outside, do we want our people to die because they are fired at a coal mine from hunger, or do we want our children to die from pollution? I can't give you the answer, but these are the type of questions that we are facing. From SAFC's side, you must and will understand that we are fully committed to a green energy. We do it as from a faith perspective because we love the planet, we care for the planet, and we believe that a green energy plan, a green transition is for the sake of our children. We firmly believe that. We are not naive about the interim challenges and the immediate challenges that we face. But I sincerely want to thank you for the level of discussion, and may I just on a very practical level confirm what we've asked with the questions and what I've just heard from my brother from the Catholic Bishops Conference. To solve a big problem, we need to break it down into smaller solutions. It is possible. I alluded to Vietnam. Vietnam was in a crisis and the government did not build new huge power stations. They gave individual homesteads, individual homes, solar energy. And they broke down the challenge to the millions out of there. We heard the number. Just give us 1 million of these entities and we can solve the problem. I thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Joanne, would you like to respond to the addresses by SAFC as well as Mr. Alex?
I think that, yeah, there could be a long conversation in response, but I do think that this is a listening session. And I think that the points that have been raised, particularly in relation to the issues of governance, transparency, and accountability, are absolutely fundamental, and that going forward into implementation, I think that we're going to need to have a great deal more conversations around it. But I think that, just to say, I think the input in this session, which, as I said, I would hope is the first of many, has been profound and has come from, on the one hand, a range of different perspectives, but I think on the other hand, has demonstrated a very fundamental commitment to come in behind a just energy transition. So I started off by saying I feel privileged to be here, and that's really how I'd like to end, is to say thank you all so much for the wisdom and the insights that we've had in this session. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Joanne. We are going to transition back to Blessing. He'll facilitate the last bit of the session. But before we do that, we do have a comment from someone that is joining us online. We're going to hand over to the comms team to connect us with the online audience, and then we'll have and then Blessing can take over. Thank you.
Greetings, it's Bernadette Crew-Brown from the South African Catholic Bishops' Conference. Well, I'm representing them. And I first, yes, would like to thank everybody and the PCC and everyone that has organized the meeting today. It is really wonderful, but I do wish I was there. I was one of those that Francesca spoke about that was supposed to be with you all. And I have not planned anything to speak, but my passion and of what we've all been speaking about is enough for me to add to what's already been said with my perspective, my points taken out of it. And that's what I'd like to say is that the most important thing for what comes out of it for me, and I represent the Catholic audience today, is community ownership. And the amounts that has been allocated must definitely be changed to be able to improve community ownership. And for them to understand is that education, and we need to have the funding. There's nothing allocated for education of the majority. And then I'd also like to hone in on the green hydrogen story. I believe, like has been said by the SACC and SAFC, that South Africa is not ready to be on the level with the developed world. We need rather, that's where the funds could go towards empowering the community more than empowering the industries, the heavy industries. And then when we have a better balance, we can allocate more funding to that. And I'd also like to say with regard solar PV, we have a problem of to address for the future, and that is waste of solar panels. And therefore, I also believe, though, that it is one of the most essential part of renewables that has to be implemented in every home, but we need to have that address of the future. But I also would like to say that I believe that there are too many dogs in the game. Too many people are making a profit out of manufacturing the PV panels, and therefore we need to those people that are manufacturing need to be investing with the communities to turn that around, so that they will be able to have ownership, and therefore the whole balance again will come in, that renewable energy for in the form of solar generation is more affordable for everybody. And also, nobody addresses the importance of concentrated solar thermal. I leave it there for you scientists and engineers to bring to the party. And then with regard our Catholic approach to this, Pope Francis has written a letter to the whole of humanity, and it's a letter that is hopefully, with us addressing these issues, will bring peace and harmony. And we will hear the earth when we hear. You will hear the cry of the poor when we hear the cry of the earth. And we need a renewal of humanity. And then I would just like to end with one of the verses of the encyclical Laudate Si. The new models of progress to arise. There's a need for change. And as we've said, models of global development, which entails a responsible reflection of the meaning of the economy and its goal, with an eye to converting its malfunctions and its misapplications. And Pope Francis brings in this important attitude that we need to live simply, to live sustainably. And as the SACC person spoke, we really need to be aware that if we change and simplify our way of life, there won't be such a need for energy. We as humanity needs to lower our use of energy. That is all I will have to say today. But thank you, and I'll continue enjoying being part of this gathering.
Thank you very much, Benedict. Colleagues, I think that Joanne had appreciated the feedback as a listening session, but the executive director of the PCC will just want to respond to one or two things as part of continuing to account for what happens and to recommit to working together before I call on Commissioner Mbodi and then Mr. Boy to come and close.
Thank you, facilitator, and thank you everyone for your incredibly rich and moving inputs. I really must say we have heard your feedback, and you've raised some critically important issues, dealing with justice, involvement of people in decision-making, and the very difficult trade-offs that we have to make. And I think what really came out clearly in this discussion was that none of the choices in front of us are easy choices. Whatever we pick has both its upsides and its downsides. And we need to look at this through the lens of human development. So ultimately, what is it in this mix of choices we have in front of us that's going to advance people's welfare and interests and livelihoods in the best way possible? I think you've really crystallized the core dilemmas that we confront as we try and make decisions about the energy transition. There were a couple of questions sort of directed to us as the PCC. So first of all, let me just say, all of these engagements, we are compiling a report which reflects accurately what each stakeholder is saying on energy and on the JET IP. And we are going to take that report and hand it over to the president and to the cabinet and ask them to, first of all, note those views. And we are going to make recommendations around how each of, the energy mix, the investment plan, how they should be amended going forward. Secondly, we are committed to an ongoing program of engagement with each stakeholder group and with the faith community. And this engagement really is a very important first step. I know Francesca is deeply upset by the decision we had to take about transport arrangements. Our finance people just said it's impossible to pay for 70 people to travel to the conference. We've not done that on any of these stakeholder engagements. That's why we do it as a hybrid form. I was able to get one of our donors to cover 10 flights. And, you know, we will obviously want to, going forward, find ways of going out to people where they are, and therefore lessening this burden on the need to travel. So, you know, I apologize. You know, this should have been made clear in the planning process. And it's the constraints we're having to operate within government systems at the moment. There was absolutely nothing I could do. I personally got involved and pushed and shoved, and the flights that we ended up getting was the best deal I could get. So I'm sorry. But, you know, please understand we are committed to an ongoing process of engagement. And at the same time as continuing to engage, we've also got to start implementing. So we need to get this balance right of listening, acting, because, you know, the energy crisis is immediate. We've got to do a whole lot of things right now to get it fixed, and continuing to deepen the engagement as we go forward. And I think the word that one of you put forward, and I can't remember the speaker, was this idea of long-term partnerships around implementation. That's the relationship that I think we need to engender. How do we start to collaborate practically around solutions that bring concrete benefits to people on the ground? We will pick up, there are a lot of suggestions that have been made around translation of documents, better communication, getting this into schools. So, you know, a lot more communication and outreach is needed as we move forward. And we're going to take up all of those ideas. So thank you, Blessing. I don't know if there was anything I missed that was specifically directed to the Commission.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alva. I want to call on Commissioner Mbodi, and I know colleagues who have not had enough. Time flies when you're having detailed discussion. I want to have Commissioner Mbodi, and then when Mr. Boy from the African Wisdom Center does the vote of thanks, I want him to also in a minute say this is what we want to commit to as the African. I've not heard quite a lot of your voices today, Mr. Boy. So when you do the vote of thanks, can you start by also raising 1 or 2 minutes of what the other groups have raised? So you've got 2 tasks. You have views on the substance and to also do a vote of thanks, but then call on one of the senior female faith leaders here to come and close, because I think that we must be given the right of passage by our female leaders, our women leaders today. So Mr. Mbodi, to give us a summary of what I call the chair's summary. You might find that a few of your bullets are missed, but it's a working document, the summary, because it's what you said. What he missed is in the official digital record. And then we'll call Mr. Boy and then a lady, a female religious leader to lead us in prayer, in closing prayer. Commissioner Mbodi.
Okay, thank you so very much. This podium exposes me and how vertically challenged I am. So I was trying to move away from it so that we talk. You know, there is something that is very important. You know, there is something that I saw somewhere in the Bible that talks about the building of the Tower of Babylon. that they had one speech and one language, so they could understand each other. They built a tower that big because the language was the same. So I think today we broke the ground with regards to trying to understand the concepts. And more than understanding the concepts, we are aware that there is quite a lot of ground shaking input that we've got. This is one of the best engagement sessions we've had in a very long time. So thou emotive, it's not emotional, it's factual. Somewhat, I must also say this, as the commission, we don't really defend a side, any side. We are taking input. If we were to come and respond and say you are wrong, you are right, then it actually means we are not engaging you in good faith, because we should allow you to tell us what you see, what you feel, what you experience. And we think you've given us that. That is the first part. The second part was when one of my, I nearly called him, one of the comrades, one of the participants who showed us the candle and say, I've got a candle here, I've never seen electricity being implemented. So I think this is about access. And of course, if it is that we are doing this for any interest, it should be for the interest of everybody. That is why we are going to all the stakeholders and talking to them so that they may be included insofar not only as making input, but benefiting from whatever it is that is supposed to be implemented. We think it is very important to mention that it is not just transition in our language. When you say just, nje. No, it's not the nje transition. It is the transition that should show fairness, that should display fairness. That fairness has already been described as inclusivity, and also that we may be able to share equitable share of risks and opportunities, because as and when you do these things, there's risks and opportunities that you need to equitably share. And I was just reminded in my thought about the equitable sharing of risks and opportunities. When people go to get married, there are risks and opportunities that get shared. So even in this instance, we should be saying, what are the risks? How do we equitably share the risks and opportunities? Do we give the risks to the poor and do we give the profit and opportunities to the rich? We should be able to find the middle ground. So I think that is basically what we are attempted to do. But let me now go to the notes. Yeah, my brother, this thing is closed now. Yeah. Technology is a challenge, my brother. It's a challenge. The technology is also challenging him for now. Okay. So yeah, what the executive director said is very important, that we are deepening engagement. So we are not ticking boxes. So because we have spoken to you, I mean, the door is open and the executive director is here, that if there is a need for further engagements, it should not be a problem that be done. And he has already apologized for the things that happened that were beyond the PCC. But I think it is important to note that these are very dynamic matters that changes now and then. For instance, right now you've got a new Minister of Electricity. We have not heard him speak. Maybe it might change the tone of how we see things and how we speak. So we shouldn't be having a problem with the open door so that we can engage further. Yes, and also I do believe we will, at the end of what I'm going to say, mention the way forward. It is critical to really engage, and this is what we did. And how we think it should be done is exactly as you did it. Robust debates. You don't have any other way. This is a revolution of sorts. And revolutions are not like weddings. It's sometimes tables, they turn upside down. When you're trying to make a point and reflect what the people that you represent are saying. You may not say it in a very nice way, but that is the nature of engagement. So thank you for that. we have got to find a way of getting out of the crisis that we are in. There is a crisis, whether we like it or not, it is the crisis that needs all of us. One, you've got load shedding. It's a crisis for all of us. We plan our life around it. And sometimes the churches get interrupted when you're still talking nice on the microphone, then it goes off. These issues needs all of us to put our hands on the plow. Nobody must sit there and say, I will just be critical. We should be critical, yes, but we should make input and say, this is how we think the course should change too. And that is what is very, very important, because people should not only know what you don't stand for, they should also know what you stand for. Because we can say quite a lot about what we don't believe in, but we should also be able to say, what do we believe is the solution? So faith leaders have said something very, very important here. We need to be able to get our people to understand what just transition is in their language. That is so that we can travel this journey together. How can the two walk unless they agree? But how can the two agree when they don't understand each other? Unless if one is blackmailing the other. So we do believe that this is a start of a very great journey. We will, of course, make sure that the language is easier to understand. And in places where we need to speak in the language of the people, we should be able to do that so that this doesn't become some palace agreement, glass offices agreements, that each and every man in the street and a woman in the street be able to say we own that. So yeah, especially we need to also go down to the rural of the rural areas. We shouldn't we shouldn't exclude anybody. We should include the workers. We should include women, because at the bottom of the pile of people suffering poverty, women suffer it the most. Where do you go and want to make fires? It is women who go to the forest to cut the wood, risk all manner of things out there on behalf of the family. So you need to be able to include them. There is a need to address the challenges of the ethical dilemma. And you see, these ethical dilemmas needs us. When I say us, I mean us who are sitting here. I can't figure out any ethical space than a space of spirituality, of faith-based organizations. Even if things are going as bad as they are going elsewhere, I figure out this is a better space. So if we have got ethical dilemma, you should be there as a reference and say, hey, let's work on this so that we may be in good standing with each other as we do this transition. And I think you have raised this. Yeah, and you've raised also the issues that talks to the current challenges that can build to challenges in the future and all that. We have got to look at everything that you have said. Remember, what I'm putting as some sort of what we gathered, it's not all inclusive and all conclusive, because we still have got the records that we need to listen to all over and again so that we may be all inclusive and all conclusive. The dialogue appreciates the enormous resources and convening power of the faith leaders, what they can command and harness. Yeah, you are right to imagine this. Everybody is watching this. The faith-based organizations, they are meeting people in not only on a Sunday, in the week, more than politicians or more than any other person is meeting other people. So you've got a very good space where you've got face-to-face and a footprint connection with the people that you work with each and every day. Hence, earlier on, we said it is important that you be here because you represent the interest, not only the interest, but the lived experiences of the people that you lead. So this dialogue is therefore very important insofar as creating a footprint. And I know that in some places, when pastors introduce themselves to each other, hey, I'm Pastor so-and-so, I address about 7,000 people seated on a Sunday. So that is a footprint of people that other people wish to meet, but you are able to meet them as and when you want to. And therefore, this dialogue or this which we have done is an entry point of many other views from people who are not necessarily here, who may make input to yourselves so that as and when we meet again, we are able to pick up on the pearls of wisdom from you. Now, the issue of energy plan, I indicated earlier on that it's an issue of energy democracy. The people of the country should be able to make questions, make input and question certain things. And so that at the end, they may be able to say, well, we didn't get 100% of what we wanted, but we put 10% and we can see it reflects. We've been taken serious, and amongst all the stakeholders, this is our views. The stakeholders of are not, because what we can't do is to take one view from one side and say we are done. Every stakeholder, every sector has got to make their own input and make sure that it becomes part, it is part of your poikikos. You don't only put meat, you also put carrots and all the other stuff. So every stakeholder must feel that we have consulted them or we've engaged them in good faith. So yeah, it has already been mentioned that there's other processes that are on the side, like the development of the IRP document, which is another process which we don't necessarily own. That process is the process in the Department of Minerals and Energy, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, also the issue of, when talking ethically, we also talk of the issues of losing energy to illegal connection, and how it gets accounted for. It is very, very important. The same as the issues of dealing with demand and supply and making sure that we find a way other than only chasing the issues of increasing the supply. I think these are things that need us to sit down and understand further, unpack further, because it might be one of the solutions that are useful, but it needs to be challenged and looked at. I mean, I'm happy that he said, as a scientist, he knows that things are put to test. So yes, but it is important that we should elaborate the work relating to planning, particularly the issue of the future of coal and the use of nuclear and gas is still part of what other people who we are consulting with are still touching on. So we can't be able to say now that this is where we are in recommendation phase. The recommendations, of course, will come as and when we'll have collated every other space of consultation with sectors. Otherwise, we'll be ignoring other sectors and highlighting others. So it is important that when it is done, then we will be able to see the future of coal, the future of nuclear, and the future of gas should also reflect in the IRP document. Oh, okay. Yeah, the issue of jobs, you have mentioned it. Jobs are very, very important because that is how we will afford to pay for the electricity. What is the use of having access and having no affordability? So you mentioned that, and we think it is very, very important. The issue of transparency is key. When there are monies, they should be transparent. Especially, we mustn't avoid the fact that we've got a crisis. Where there is money, there is sometimes where money gets lost and nobody knows where the monies are. So it is really, really important that we spend the time being very, very transparent on the issues of the spending of the money and what is the money for and where the money goes to and whether it is used for its intended purposes. We think it is very, very important. A question was raised about how will we know if it is just a transition or if it is any transition? Well, when I cook, I always believe that I cook the best meals, but many people disagree with me. I think I am biased in my cooking. I believe that I'm a best cook. So you who are sitting here would know that this is not just because it's not one, inclusive of your input, two, because there is a skewed distribution. There is no equitable distribution of risks and opportunities. You will know when there is no restorative justice, where things that needs to be done, for instance, the health issues, where the people are suffering from breathing ailments, one of the things that you want to see, for instance, is in such places, hospitals that deals with that. Of course, it will tell you that the transition is taking care of all those pillars. So you don't need to be very, very special, but only to know that the justice means inclusivity. Number two, it talks of distributive justice, which is about risks and opportunity, and also the issue of restorative justice. Yeah. Or the issue of international funding, very, very important. And I see there is a point that was raised, that we should be having more grants than we should be having loans. These are things that we need to sit down upon and make really serious look into that. The issues of technological transfer and dumping, we need to watch so that this transition may not be the transition that helps other countries at the expense of our country. So we should be looking at many things, including involving people in the innovation and innovation space, so that we may not just be importing technology, but be producers of this technology. Job losses, we have already mentioned that we need to be pragmatic insofar as where do we lose jobs. In fact, it is important to note where the jobs will be lost. I'm sure we should be able to find out exactly how many jobs can be lost and how many jobs can be created where. But we are not at the place where we can be able to say, oh, okay, I'm watching your hands, because ever since another team beat another 7-0, people do signs. I'm watching your hands. 7 days a week, 7-0. So it is important. This is in closing. I just want you to remember this. It is good that we have been involved in a problem, whether it is by your choice or not, doesn't matter anymore. But we are part of the solution. And I'm happy that you are sitting here helping us to be part of that. We've already indicated that the commission is not composed of wise men from the East. There is much more wisdom that is in here, and I have seen it today. I am a witness. So nobody can tell me that this was not important. This is more than important that you have been here, that you become part of the solution. So this is the way forward. The way forward is there is an open door for continuous engagement. And the PCC will ensure that this is deepened with the faith communities. And that it should include the participation in other broader consultation on taking the just transition framework implementation. Now, this is very, very important that we deepen this, because if we don't deepen this, we are not going to have a place. Some of you want to baptize people. You are not going to find rivers where to baptize people if we don't deal with climate, whether you call it global warming. When drought comes, you will wish you were baptizing people, because then there will be no space. So the way forward is we deepen the engagements, so that we may be good stewards. God gave us this land. And if we were to return it back, are we going to say we did justice? I'm sure when Adam and Eve were created, when they were there, it was the purest form of a handover of the most of the precious thing called the environment. But if we were to return it back today, and if we were to wake up Adam and Eve and say, look at what we inherited this from you, this is where we are at, what will really happen? Yeah, you can come again as I close. The last bit is gone. It is before 3 minutes, but this mention of yours is problematic. Okay. Yeah, there is another issue of the national colloquium. Of course, there will be a way in which you get communicated to, and obviously there will be allocations of how many people can be there and all that. And I think things can be done better so that you also be part of the colloquium, where the collated inputs from every stakeholders are there, and you can be able to highlight what you must highlight. And the PCC will stretch fair and deeper and ensure the transition is absolutely restoration and distribution and redistribution. So thank you very much for coming through, and thank you so much for participating. And we will duly make sure that we take care of the points that you've put. And we, as I said earlier on, we are not going to argue with the points that you've put. That is your lived experiences. These are your knowledge. These are the things that you worked very hard to put together. But all that we can do is to make sure that we take care of all the stakeholders and see what to adopt in the colloquium, and that is the way forward. So thank you so very much for coming, and may God richly bless you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mbodi. Colleagues, we've got literally one speaker to do the vote of thanks, and it's from the podium. We don't want to thank ourselves. Which is Mr. Boy. Then in terms of, and I'll come back to you now as Mr. Boy approaches. In terms of the summary, what he was trying to say, it's actually written down, which is what we call the chair's summary. And the chair is not me, he's the most senior commissioner. So it will be his summary as the commissioner. We'll clean it up because it was a lot of bullets and send it out. It's a document that is so modest that we'll all agree this is what we said. So we only share what we agreed upon. What we don't agree upon, we'll discuss next. So we'll share the chair's summary, and then colleagues will use it to report back together with all the presentations. And we've outlined the open door policies. We've got access to the organizing partners. We are ready to come to your own organized events in KwaZulu-Natal, the Eastern Cape and the Western Cape. The inland provinces are easier for me to just quickly get in there and get out. And the ED is committed to finding in some resources when it is critical to do that. And I must say that he did not only find money for 10 tickets, he also did not fire me. I think that is what was much more important. But Mr. Boy, can you just come and say the last words of thanks and a message, and then we'd call Omar here to come and do a closing prayer. But then we've got a comment at the back. Yes. Do you want to try your voice won't work? You'll work on that. Wait. You can't thank when there is somebody still on the floor. What if he challenges you? Thanks.
All right. I'm just keen for, I see my colleagues from Pumalanga, it has been long seeing them from SACC. What I want to say, I know there are those who are anti-photo, but can we have a group photo? You see, when we leave, this is gonna be historical. When you are no more in this world, your great-grandchildren can point you and say, you took a decision to make this country to work. Thank you.
It is going to be not a group photo, a mass photo. Proceed, Mr. Boy.
I'll start off by saying Kamako, Togozani, Makosa Makulu. I think it's important that we also bring in that voice into the space. From my perspective, I've been sitting down there and listening to what everybody's saying. And I was just listening at words that came through were siyanbona, siyanbonga, siyanbulela ngenqaba lo msebenzi unzima. It is not an easy task that is at hand. And those of you who are in this room and those of you who are working on this incredible project, JET-IP, and all of these different organizations collectively together, you are so needed and so valuable. For that, we give thanks. But I'd like to share just a quick story about, this whole entire situation. So umakhulu wam, my grandmother once said to me, "Bakumnyama ngaphakathi, kuba mnyama ngaphandle." And I didn't understand those words for the longest period of time. It was just a confusing thing that I would move through life, but it kept reiterating, "Bakumnyama ngaphakathi, kuba mnyama ngaphandle." And only when I was initiated as a Sangoma did I begin to slowly unpack it, as the ancestors were slowly trying to tell me these certain things. But our greatest crisis, one of the greatest crises, is that asizazi uba singobani. We don't know who we are as human beings, because if we did, we would not treat the world this way. We wouldn't be in a crisis right now, climate crisis. And of course, Ubuntu has been spoken about quite a lot here today. So I just wanted to just quickly, just one or two things about that is Ubuntu goes beyond Umuntu Umuntu Ngabantu. It's about the interrelatedness, interconnectedness, and interdependence of all, which speaks to non-separation. We are not separate. We cannot be separate. You know, the moment you see yourself separate from something, you treat it a certain way. So again, bathetha around the three paradigms of what Ubuntu is. Umtu, which is the human being, isilo, which is the animal, nomhlaba, which is the land that we live on. So when it comes to ukuzazi, you know, mna ndinguduma utsheje ngwana uvumana unozandla ezimhlophe usibheke ukuthi undlela umatyeni unongobe umfene untenteshe ukhumbaca uza ngemvelo iwena unonkosi umphufumana nomchubane nozulu singodlamini sizinkosi apha siphuma khoyo. And it's important, and they were emphasizing that once we know that, then we can move forward, because it sets a stable foundation for us to be able to operate. Because the wisdom of the challenges of today lies kabantu abadala mos. If we can learn to dig into the wisdom of the ancients, our approach will change. And then bathetha ngesilo, which is your totem animal. The totem animal is such an imperative part because it teaches us so much about ourselves. And each and every single one of you in here, ninesilo sekhaya. You have a totem animal that walks beside you. And then bathetha ngomhlaba. You know, umhlaba is one of the most critical aspects, which is the land. But xa besithi ngabaphansi, from earth we come, and to earth we shall return. How do we treat ourselves? And how do we treat our animals? And how do we treat this land? Was a whole paradigm around Ubuntu. You know, if we can manage just to realize that we are not separate from umhlaba lona siphethe kakubi kangaka. Because what happens when we are looking to connect? We go to the mountains. When we're looking to cleanse, we go to the rivers. They are us and we are them. So our entire approach would change if we understood ukuthi grand. There is no separation. There is no separation between us and the land. There is no separation between us and Abantu that are all around us right now. There is no separation between us and the animals. Then we would start to treat things differently. You know, I was just listening about all these different terms, this jet IP, just energy transition. And in my head the whole time, I was just wondering, what would happen to this country if we approached it from a just Ubuntu transition perspective? We just went back to Ubuntu. But in closing, because I know I don't have a lot of time, I'd like to say we give thanks, man, siyanubulela nonke, because lo msebenzi mzima. We are facing a great crisis, and we can defeat it if we return kwindlela zikaNdalashe or Sankofa, which is the idea that in order to move forwards, you have to look back. There is wisdom that abantu bethu abayiphetheyo, man. Let us also not neglect that. That is why it was important for me to start off by saying, siyacamagwisha, thokozani, makhosi amakhulu. With those words I say, let's go forward and let's operate on a different way of thinking, different way of being, knowing that there is no separation between us. Our behavior changes and the land. No separation between us and the animals. No separation between us and the people.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boy. We will take the closing prayer, but before I do that, because I won't want to come back after the benediction, there is a colleague who's missing a blue phone. If you see one of a blue phone anywhere around the desks, or you've picked it up on the carpets, please give it to me. And then from here, we know that there are delegations that want to have meetings. Can we have lunch so that the food does not get spoiled? And then after that, you can then have your delegations meeting. In terms of any other admin matters not resolved, myself and Ignatius will be here to me, and Nobandile will be here to resolve those things so that we don't leave here with any administrative matters, refunds, payments, and all that. But with those words, I want to thank you as your co-facilitator with Simpu and say, let's take the opening benediction and go and have lunch. Thank you very much and see you in your provinces because I'll be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Kinyakotswa mo dinepe. I just want to thank the leadership here at SACC for allowing us to be here. They're the one that invited us, and the leaders at PCC. May God bless you as you're doing this great job. As I close, I was again listening to Ndadembodi when he's talking about Eve and Adam, about the land. So it reminded me of the scriptures, Isaiah chapter 1, verse 7, that says, your country is lying in desolate, and your cities have burnt down. And the foreigners or the strangers, they took this land while you were looking. So that is a homework that I'm giving to us for when we go out there, may we take our rightful position. May God bless you as I pray. Father, in the mighty name of Lord Jesus Christ, we thank you, my Father. We bless your name. We glorify you, Lord. Lord, as we leave this place, we pray that you open our spiritual eyes because the scripture says you reveal your things to the righteous. May you reveal to us as the leaders of faith what we're supposed to do. May you open our spiritual ears that we hear you when you speak to us. Open our spiritual ears that we hear our communities as they're speaking. In the mighty name of Lord Jesus Christ, everyone in this place, Lord, we cover them with the blood of Jesus. As we are going back to our homes, we speak peace in our heart, peace in our communities, peace in our nation. In the mighty name of Lord Jesus Christ, the leaders of our nation, Lord, we commit them also to you, that you give them supernatural wisdom, that they be able to lead us ethically and in every way, in the mighty name of Lord Jesus Christ. I thank you, Father, that you continue to bless those that are leading this commission and also give them supernatural wisdom and economy of our country, Lord, as we are faced with load shedding. May we not sink in the mighty name of Jesus. As I have declared, so shall it be, spiritually, physically, to the glory of God. May we all shout and say amen. God bless you. Thank you.
Let's do a few pictures quickly. Yes. I don't want to tell you that lunch is left with 2 minutes. I've been trying to dodge that information. Let's will this work?